Hi, in this video we are going to learn about the Django framework. In this particular video, first we will learn all the important concepts related to the Django framework. After completing all the important concepts, we will develop two big projects with the help of the Django framework. Our first project will be Django CRM project, where we will develop one big project, and CRM is nothing but the customer relationship management system project, where we will perform CRUD operation, and then our next project will be the Flipkart clone project, where we are going to see how we can add the same functionality whatever Flipkart having. So it's nothing but the e-commerce website only. So this is what we are going to see in this particular videos. So the best thing about this video, we are going to see all the entire things in the same video. First we will learn the Django concept, then we will develop the project. So let's start. This is the syllabus, what you can see here it's showing. So these all the topics we are going to cover, and after covering this topic we will develop the two big project with the help of this concept. So you can see all the syllabus displaying here. So let's start, but before going to start, I will request you please like and subscribe my channel. Let's start. Hi. In this video, we are going to see how we can download and install the Python. So let's start. This is the URL. You can go to this URL, and after that you can select the Python version based on your requirement. Then you can download from here. I have already downloaded, so it's showing in my local system. So double click on this, then install now. But click on this path, then install now. Wait for a second. Yeah, then close. Then let me check. Open the command prompt, type cmd. Yeah, then here we can check the version of the Python, or we can cross verify whether our Python installed correctly or not. For that we have a command python space -- version. With the help of this command, we can check the version of the Python. If it is showing correctly in your case, then it means you have installed the Python. Hi, in this video, we are going to see how we can download and install the Visual Studio Code. For that, open any browser, type here, download Visual Studio Code. Then click on first link. Click here. 1 second. Yeah, here based on our requirement and our operating system, we can download the Visual Studio Code. So in my case, I'm going to download for the Windows, and my system is 64-bit operating system. So for that, I'm downloading this one. I have already downloaded this one, so let me show you in my local system. 1 second. Let me go to the download. Then double click on this file to start. Run as administrator system. Then here I need to accept terms and condition. Then next. Click on next. If I require, then I can change. Then next. Then next. Yeah. So it will take few minutes to install the Visual Studio Code. So please wait for that. Yeah, 1 second. It's almost complete. Yeah, then click on finish. Then let me show you how we can run the Python program in the Visual Studio Code. So our Visual Studio Code is open. Then click on file, then open folder, then create one folder, any location where you want. So let me create this folder. 1 second. Yeah, done. Then select. Yeah, then here that folder is showing. Then so first I need to install some extension regarding the Python. For that, type Python for VS Code. You should install this extension in your system. I have already installed, but you all install, then click on that icon and create one file. Yeah, in this file we are going to run the we are going to write the Python code. So let me print hello world, hello world. Then to run this program we have to open the terminal, then new terminal, and here we can run the our Python program. For that we need to first mention the Python, then we have to mention the file name, which is in my case sample.py. Here you, in place of sample.py, you have to mention your file name. See, hello world is printing. So this is how we can run the Python program in the Visual Studio Code. So thank you so much for watching this video. In this video, we are going to see how to install the Django in Windows 10 operating system. For that, open the command prompt. For installing the Django, make sure we have a Python. So for that, we have a command Python space hyphen version. Yeah, it's showing Python 3.11.3. Then we can go for Django installation. For that, we have a command pip install Django. Yeah, in my system it's showing requirement already satisfied because I have already installed the Django. In your system, if you haven't installed the Django, then it will install all the required files and libraries in your system. Here one command is showing python.exe. This command is used to upgrade or update your Django version. If you want to update your Django version, you can simply copy paste this one and run here. There is a one more command, python space m space django space hyphen version. This is a command to check what is the version of our Django. Yeah, so up to this, it's successfully Django installed in our Windows 10 operating system. Here we can also create one small project to verify whether it's correctly we have installed or not. So let's create one small project. So the command to create the Django project is python. First, let me go to particular location in cd desktop. Okay, then here create one folder mkdir. For example, it's Django project one. Okay, go inside this folder, simply copy paste. Now here we can create our Django project. So command to create Django project is python hyphen m and Django start project, then project name. For example, I'm giving my project. Okay, so project is created. So let's run project. For that, go inside the project, simply copy it, paste here. Now we are inside the project. Then command to run the Django server is python manage .py run server. If you are getting this URL, it means your Django server is running enough. You can go to any browser, simply copy paste. Yeah, if this page is coming, it means you have successfully installed the Django and it's working. So thank you so much for watching this. In this video, we are going to see how to create the Django project. Here we will create one small Django project in which we will display some text over the browser. For that, just open the command prompt cmd Then here we have to create Django project. Let me create one empty folder. For example, I want to create empty folder over the desktop. So cd desk. So I'm inside the desktop location. So here I'm going to create one empty folder. The command to create the new empty folder is mkdir, then folder name. For example, I'm giving Django. Django. My folder name. You can go and see over the desktop one empty folder is created. Now come to command prompt. Now I'm going to create Django project inside that Django project folder. So first we need to go to that location, this cd, then copy this folder name, paste here. Now we are inside the Django project folder. Here I'm going to create the Django project. Then command to create the Django project is python space hyphen m d Django start project. This is the command to create the Django project. So here I have to mention the project name. For example, I'm giving my project. Project name is my project. So successfully my project is created inside the Django project. You can go there manually and you can say here one folder is showing my project. This is nothing but our Django project. Initially this folder was empty. So now we are going to run this my project. So to run this my project, first we have to go inside this my project folder. Then command is cd my project. We are inside the my project. Then the command to run the Django server is python manage.py run server. This is the command to run the Django server. See, our Django server is running at 127.0.0.1 18,000 port number. Simply copy this one and open any browser, just paste it. It means our Django project is created successfully and up and running. Now the next step, we need to open this Django project through any editor. We can use any editor. In this video I am going to use the Visual Studio Code. You can use anyone. So let me show you how to open particular folder. Just click on file, then open folder. As we know, our project is created over the desktop. Then folder name is Django project. Select folder. See, inside the Django project folder our my project folder is showing. Yeah. Then our next step is to create the application. So in application my app, our next step is to register our application in settings.py file under install. So registering is nothing but simply mention the name of our application. In my case it's my app. That's it. Control S. After registering our application, our next step is to create the view for our application. So inside the our application we have one file views.py. So views can be two type, either it's a function based or it's a class based. So here I'm going to use function based. For that we have a div, then view name. For example, I'm giving first underscore view. Then request queue as a request. Then below I'm going to return HTTP response. For that return we have one keyword return. Here I'm going to return HTTP response. For that we need to import HTTP response. So that's is Django dot HTTP import HTTP response. Simply copy paste. Yeah. Here I'm going to write HTML tag H1. And here we can type any text which is we want to display over the browser. For example, I'm typing hi, this is the Django project. After creating the view, we have to maintain the URL which is present inside the urls.py, which is inside the my project. So here first we have to import our views. Our views is inside the views.py file, which is inside the my app. So from my app import views. So here we have import our view. Now simply copy paste this one. Here you can pass any text which you want to show in the URL. For example, I'm giving first, then view name, sorry, view dot view name. My view name is first. View. Control S. So once again, see, we have created project, then we have created application. After creating application, we have registered that application in settings.py under install underscore apps. Here you can see. After that, we have created view, which is a function based view. After that, we have maintained the URL or we have created the URL for our application. Now we can run our command prompt once. Let me open again. So I need to go to that location. So my location, I can go through the also. Once again, to the project, my project here, and the. This is the way we can directly open command prompt at that location. Now we need to run our Python, sorry, Django project. For that, we have command python manage.py run server. Yeah, it's running. So just copy this URL, open the browser, paste. We have mentioned our URL first. Oh, hi, this is Django project. Sorry. Yeah, so it's working. So go to the views. Type, hi, this is Django project. So let's go to the browser. Hit again. Hi, this is Django project. So thank you for watching this video and please like and subscribe my channel. Thanks so much. Hi, in this video we are going to see how to maintain the Django URLs at application level instead of project level. It is highly recommended that use or maintain the Django URLs at application level instead of project level. Leads to reusability of the code. For example, in future you have created new Django project and in that you want to use any previous application. At that time it becomes very easy to use the existing application. So here we are going to see how to maintain the Django URLs at application level. So let's start. Open the command prompt cmd. 'Cmd. 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 ' Then here we have to create Django project. Let me create one empty folder. For example, I want to create empty folder over the desktop. So cd desk. So I'm inside the desktop location. So here I'm going to create one empty folder. The command to create the new empty folder is mkdir, then folder name. For example, I'm giving Django. Django, my folder name. You can go and see over the desktop one empty folder is created. Now come to command prompt. Now I'm going to create Django project inside that Django project folder. So first we need to go to that location, this cd, then copy this folder name, paste here. Now we are inside the Django project folder. Here I'm going to create the Django project. Then command to create the Django project is python space hyphen m d Django start project. This is the command to create the Django project. So here I have to mention the project name. For example, I'm giving my project. Project name is my project. So successfully my project is created inside the Django project. You can go there manually and you can say here one folder is showing my project. This is nothing but our Django project. Initially this folder was empty. So now we are going to run this my project. So to run this my project, first we have to go inside this my project folder. Then command is cd my project. We are inside the my project. Then the command to run the Django server is python manage.py run server. This is the command to run the Django server. See, our Django server is running at 127.0.0.1 18,000 port number. Copy this one and open any browser. Just paste it. Means our Django project is created successfully and up and running. Now the next step, we need to open this Django project through any editor. We can use any editor. In this video I am going to use the Visual Studio Code. You can use anyone. So let me show you how to open particular folder. Just click on file, then open folder. As we know, our project is created over the desktop. Then folder name is Django project. Select folder. See, inside the Django project folder our my project folder is showing. Yeah. Then our next step is to create the application. So inside the my project folder, after creating the Django application, it is highly recommended to register or install that application under settings.py file. So here we have to simply mention our application name. That's it. Registering is nothing but mentioning our application name under this install underscore app. After then control S. After registering our application, our next step is to create the views for our application. So this is our application my app. Inside that we have one file views.py. Here I need to create the views for our application. Django views can be a two type, either it's a function based or class based. So right now I'm going to show you function based view. For that we have a def, then first FIR to first underscore view. This views you can give any name. For example, I'm giving first underscore view. Then request. Then here we are going to return HTTP response. For that you need to import HTTP response library. For that, from the Django.http import HTTP response. Simply copy paste this one and return HTML tag. H1. Here I'm returning H1. You can use H1, H2, whatever you want. And here writes any text which is you want to display over the browser. For example, I'm writing hi, this is the Django project. You can pass any text, control S. Now here we are going to maintain URLs file for this use. But here is a twist. We are going to maintain the URLs file at the application level, not at the project level. We are going to do these things because of reusability of code will be increased. In future, if you are creating any new Django project, and there if you require any old application, so you can simply take this particular folder and map there. There no need extra configuration. So let's click here, then right click, view file. File name will be url.py. This is this is a urls.py file which is we are maintaining at application level. This is our application name. And here we have a by default urls.py file which is at project level. So simply copy this one, go to this URL file which is at application level, paste here, again come here and also copy this library. Yeah, now here you have to pass URL. For example, I want to fetch this page with the help of first page, and here I need to mention my views name. So before using view, let me import. So from my app, import views. Now here I have to pass views dot username. So my username is first views. You can see in views our username is first views. That's it. This URL configuration is done. Here we are not going to do anything else. It is done. Then we have to simply include this URLs file in our main URL with the help of only one include function. So for that, just open the main URL file which is at project level, and here just type include. Here we have a imported include library. Then simply come down and just copy paste one, copy and paste. Here you need to pass your application name. So what is your application name? Our application name is my app. That's it. Then here you have to use include function, include what you want to include. So from my app include URL file, this urls.py file. Simply type urls, that's it, control S. So with the help of this one line, will include all the URLs which is present at application level. In this we have only one application, so we have only one URL, but there might be chances you have thousands of application, hundreds of application. So highly recommended you maintain your all URLs at application level, and you can simply include all the URLs at project level with the help of this one line include. So it will maintain code neat and clean, and it promotes to code usability. So because of that only we are following this architecture. So let me save it. Just open the command prompt. Yeah. If you want to run again, Control C. This is a command. Python manage.py run server. Yeah. It's running and up. Simply copy this one. Open any browser. Paste. Yeah. Here we have to pass proper URL. So what pattern we need to follow? See. First, it will go to main URL files. So in main URLs file, it will check for my app, this thing. Just copy this one and paste here. Up to this. It means right now our URL is in my app, but we have to tell under the application which URLs file you want to access. For that, we have mentioned URLs here. So it will go up to here. Here we have to mention which view you want to fetch. For that we have to mention the view name. So our view for against our view we have maintained this URL. So just copy and slash and paste. So see, hi, this is Django project. So this is our complete URL. So see again what is the pattern is following. First, it's going to here. So here we have maintained my app. My app is nothing but my app.urls. So it will search under the my app, then URL will come here. Then here we have to maintain which view you want to fetch. For that I have mentioned first. There might be chances you have a more than one views. For that you have to maintain URLs. So here I have mentioned first. So see here also I have mentioned first. So he is fetching this record. So thank you so much for watching this video. And if you like, please subscribe my channel. Thank you so much. Bye. Hi. In this video, we are going to see how to display the data over the browser with the help of Django Templates. So let's start. From CMD. Then here we have to create Django project. Let me create one empty folder. For example, I want to create empty folder over the desktop. So cd desk. So I'm inside the desktop location. So here I'm going to create one empty folder. The command to create the new empty folder is mkdir, then folder name. For example, I'm giving Django. Django. My folder name. You can go and see over the desktop one empty folder is created. Now come to command prompt. Now I'm going to create Django project inside that Django project folder. So first we need to go to that location, this cd, then copy this folder name, paste here. Now we are inside the Django project folder. Here I'm going to create the Django project. Then command to create the Django project is python space -m django. This is the command to create the Django project. So here I have to mention the project name. For example, I'm giving my project. Project name is my project. So successfully my project is created inside the Django project. You can go there manually and you can say here one folder is showing my project. This is nothing but our Django project. Initially this folder was empty. So now we are going to run this my project. So to run this my project, first we have to go inside this my project folder. Then command is cd my project. We are inside the my project. Then the command to run the Django server is python manage.py run server. This is the command to run the Django server. See, Django server is running at 127.0.0.1 18,000 port number. This one and open any browser, just paste it. Means our Django project is created successfully and up and running. Now the next step, we need to open this Django project through any editor. We can use any editor. In this video I am going to use the Visual Studio Code. You can use anyone. How to open particular folder, just click on file, then open folder. As we know, our project is created over the desktop, then folder name is Django project. Select folder. See, inside the Django project folder our my project folder is showing. Yeah. Then our next step is to create the application. So inside the my project folder, after creating the Django application, it is highly recommended to register or install that application under settings.py file. So here we have to simply mention our application name. That's it. Registering is nothing but mentioning our application name under this install underscore app. After then control S. After registering our application, our next step is create the views for our application. So this is our application my app. Inside that we have one file views.py. Here I need to create the views for our application. Django views can be a two type, either it's a function based or class based. So right now I'm going to show you function based view. For that we have a def, then first first underscore view. This view you can give any name. For example, I'm giving first underscore view. Then request. Then here we are going to return HTTP response. For that, we need to import HTTP response library. For that, from the Django.http import HTTP response. Simply copy paste this one and return HTML tag. H1. Here I'm returning H1. You can use H1, H2, whatever you want. And here writes any text which is you want to display over the browser. For example, I'm writing hi, this is the Django project. You can pass any text, control S. Now here we are going to maintain URLs files for this use. But here is a twist. We are going to maintain the URLs file at the application level, not at the project level. We are going to do these things because of reusability of code will be increased. In future, if you are creating any new Django project, and there if you require any old application, so you can simply take this particular folder and map there. There no need extra configuration. So let's click here, then right click, view file. File name will be url.py. This is This is a urls.py file which is we are maintaining at application level. This is our application name. And here we have a by default urls.py file which is at project level. So simply copy this one, go to this URL file which is at application level, paste here, Again, come here and also copy this library. Yeah. Now here you have to pass URL. For example, I want to fetch this page with the help of first step, and here I need to mention my views name. So before using view, let me import. So from my app, import views. Now here I have to pass views dot username. So my username is first views. You can see in views our username is first views. That's it. This URL configuration is done. Here we are not going to do anything else. It is done. Then we have to simply include this URLs file in our main URL with the help of only one include function. So for that, just open the main URL file which is at project level, and here just type include. Here we have a imported include library. Then simply come down and just copy paste this one, copy and paste. Here you need to pass your application name. So what is your application name? Our application name is my app. That's it. Then here you have to use include function. Include what you want to include. So from my app include URL file. This urls.py file. Simply dot urls. That's it. Control S. So with the help of this one line, will include all the URLs which is present at application level. In this we have only one application, so we have only one URL. But there might be chances you have thousands of application, hundreds of application. So highly recommended you maintain your all URLs at application level, and you can simply include all the URLs at project level with the help of this one line include. So it will maintain code neat and clean, and it promotes to code usability. So because of that only we are following this architecture. So let me save it. Just open the command prompt. Yeah. If you want to run again, Control C. This is the command Python manage.py run server. Yeah, it's running and up. Simply copy this one. Open any browser. Paste. Yeah. Here we have to pass proper URL. So what pattern we need to follow? See. First, it will go to main URL file. So in main URLs file, it will check for my app. This thing. Just copy this one and paste here. Up to this. It means right now our URL is in my app, but we have to tell under the application which URLs file you want to access. For that we have mentioned URLs here, so it will go up to here. Here we have to mention which view you want to fetch. For that we have to mention the view name. So our view for against our view we have maintained this URL. So just copy and slash and paste. So see, hi, this is Django project. So this is our complete URL. So see again what is the pattern is following. First, it's going to here. So here we have maintained my app. My app is nothing but my app.urls. So it will search under the my app, then URL will come here. Then here we have to maintain which view you want to fetch. For that I have mentioned first. There might be chances you have a more than one views. For that you have to maintain URLs. So here I have mentioned first. So See, here also I have mentioned first. So he is taking this record. Now the same text we are going to see with the help of Django template. For that, come to the Visual Studio Code. Here we have create one template folder inside our main project. So this is our main project. Just click right, new folder. Folder name is templates. Enter. Then again right click over this template folder. Then create the one more folder. The folder name should be your application name. So in my case, my application name is my app. So I'm getting that same. Then again right click on my app folder, new file, then your HTML file. For example, I have hello.html. So in this HTML file, I'm going to maintain all the my front end related code. So simply type HTML, select middle one. Now here I'm going to print whatever I want to play over the browser. For that, for example, I'm taking H1 tag and I'm typing how is the Django template project. Now I'm going to simply pass this hello.html file in my views here. So for that we have to use, instead of HTTP response, we have to render it. Render, and here we have to pass the path of that file. So path is inside my app slash html hello.html hello.html html. That's it. Here one more time the request it will take. Now our view is ready. So previously we are passing the entire text here, but it is not recommended to pass your front end code in views. So because of that we have one more concept, Django template. Template we are referring for front end logic, to return the front end logic. So we have written our front end code in hello.html and we have simply passed the app path of this file in views here. So we have to maintain the path of our templates in settings.py file. For that, in we have to go to settings.py file. Here we have one template dictionary. Here we have to mention our base directory address. So you have to simply copy this base address, copy and paste space slash our template name. So it's a template. It's like this template's name is nothing but this templates folder. That's it. Control S. Now all thing is done. Now let me check. First let me run again our project. Control C. Then this Python manage.py run server. Yeah, it's running. You open the browser. My first. Yeah. Hi, this is Django template project. Hi. In last video we have seen how to use the Django template. Now in this video we are going to see how to use the static file. So Django. Let's start. Create one static folder. Then create one more folder within a static folder. The name will be the CSS folder. Then create one more folder. Name will be images folder, images folder. Now I'm going to put my image in the images folder. Here you can see our images showing in images folder. Now in CSS folder, create one more file, style.css file. In this file we are going to store all our CSS related code. Now in our HTML page I am going to load our image. For that we have a tag image img. Before that we have to add our static file in settings.py file in static underscore dir. But first we have to import os, then static underscore dir os dot path dot join our base directory along with our static folder, and we have to copy paste this address inside the static files underscore dirs. So just copy this static underscore dir and paste inside static files underscore dirs. This static files underscore dirs is the fix keyword. You have to use this fix key to pass the static underscore dir address. After that, in HTML, in img tag, we are going to pass image location. So in source, in curly bracket, static, then image location. Our image location is images slash mypic jpg dot jpg. So here we have passed our image location, and we have to load our static folder. For that we have a command load static. This is mandatory. Now open the browser and check. Here our image is successfully loaded. Now you have remember we have created one more file, style.css. This file is for CSS code. So I am going to apply background color to our image or our body. So before that we have to link our HTML with the CSS file. So for that we have a tag link, and in href we have to pass the style.css location. So up to static folder we have already passed in settings.py file. Now remaining address we have to pass here. So css slash style.css. This is the remaining address. Okay, now it's done. Let's refresh the browser. Now here you can see the background color is changed. So thank you so much for. In last video we have seen how to work with static files in Django. Now in this video we are going to see what is the models and how to work with models. So model class. A model is a Python class which contains database information. A model is a single definitive source of information about our data. It contains fields and behavior of the data what we are storing. Each model mapped to one database table. Each model is a Python class which is a child class of django.db.models.model. Each attribute of the model represents database field. We have to write all model classes inside models.py file. Django by default provides SQLite 3 database. If we want to use this database, we are not required to do any configuration. The default SQLite configuration is done in settings.py file. If we want to check whether it's configured properly or not, for that we have a 3 command. First python manage.py shell, then shell will be open. After that from Django db import connection, then c equals to connection.cursor. After writing these three commands in the command prompt, if you are not getting any error, it means your SQLite 3 database is configured successfully or correctly. So basically model is required to store the data, fetch the data, this kind of activity. So all the database related activity were there handled by model classes. So let's start practical. There we will see how to create model class, how to add model class in admin, and how to display the data over the Django admin page. And we will also see how to create the super user to log in Django admin page. So let's start. So open Visual Studio Code, and here we have to create models class. So class, then class name employee, and we have to inherit this class from models.model class. So our employee class is child class of models.model class. Now we have to declare our tables fields. For example, employee num equals to models dot integer field. Next, employee name equals to models dot char field. Employee name equals to models dot char field. Here max length we have to pass, just like our SQL query in we are passing the varchar length. Next, employee salary equals to models dot float field. Next, employee address equals to models dot char field, and max length we need to pass here. Char field and max length. Now we have to register our model in admins.py file. For that, open admins.py file. Here we have to register our models class. So for that we have admin.site.register. Here we have to pass our model class name. Model class name, which is employee in my case. Now let import our models class from models. Run the server. Now our server is running. Okay. Django provide inbuilt database SQLite 3 so that we can check whether it's configured or not. For that we have a command python manage.py shell, python manage.py shell, then from django.db import connection. Then c equals to connection dot cursor. enter. If you are not getting any error, it means your SQLite DB is configured successfully. It is by default configured by Django only. Next, we need to make migration for our SQL query. To create a SQL query, for that we have a command python manage.py make migration. Now you can see our SQL query is generated. We can also see that SQL query. For that we have a command python manage.py SQL migrate my app, which is our application name, then 0001. This file containing our SQL query. You can see create table query is showing. Now next we have to execute this query. For that we have a command python manage.py migrate. Now our SQL query is executed successfully. Let me run our server again. For that we are using command python manage.py run server. Yeah, it's running successfully. Just copy the URL and open in any browser. /admin. Now this is the Django admin page, but here to log in this page we need username and password that we can create through cmd with the help of one command we have. So let's go to the command prompt, open the command prompt, Control C, then command is python manage.py create super user. This is a command to create super user to log into Django admin page. Python manage.py create super user. So just pass the username. I am passing Rajkumar. You can give your name or any name. Then email address is optional, you can enter or skip. Then pass password, whatever password you want you can give it. Again enter the password. Yeah, super user created successfully. So let's run our Django project again and go to the browser to run our Django project. Yeah, it's running. Just copy the URL and open the browser and /admin. Now we are on Django admin page. So now we have created user. So just enter the username and password. Yeah, login. Yeah. Now here you can see inside the my app we have one table employee. Right now it's empty, but let's add one record. Employee number, employee name, then salary and address. Save it. Let's add one more record. Employee number again, employee name, salary and address, and save. But here you can see our data is not showing on the Django page, only it's showing object, employee object. So to display the data over the Django admin page, we have to create model admin class. So let's create model admin class. So class, then our model name is employee, so employee followed by admin, and we have to inherit this class admin.modelAdmin class. Admin.modelAdmin. admin.modelAdmin. Yeah, and we have to also register this model admin class to admin. So just copy the employee admin and paste in admin.child.register, and we have inbuilt function list display. So whatever columns we want to display over the Django admin page, we have to mention in list underscore display. So for example, employee number and the employee name I want to display over the Django admin page. So let's add employee name and employee number. Go to the browser, refresh it. Now here you can see employee number and employee name is showing. Let me add one more field, that is employee address. Employee address. Yeah. Now go to the browser and refresh it. Yeah, you can see the employee address is also showing. So this is the models concept. So thank you so much for watching. Hi, in last video we have seen how to create the model class and how to register the model class in admins.py file, and we have successfully saved some data into the database with the help of Django admin page, and we have also seen how to create the super user to log in the Django admin page. In this video I am going to show how to fetch the data from the SQLite 3DB database and show over the browser. For that, let's open the Visual Studio Code. So in last video we have already created our the model class. So this is our model class. In this video we will see how to fetch the data from the model class and show over the browser. For that, after creating the model class, open the views.py file, then create one view function. For that, def, then your view name I am giving student, and default parameter request. Then I'm going to fetch all the data from the models. For that, I'm going to create the instance of the model class. So let's create. Before creating the instance of the model class, you have to import the model class. For that, here I have written one line from my app. My app is nothing but my application name dot models import student. This student is nothing but my model class name. So before creating the models class object, you have to import the model class in the views.py file. You can also remember this, like if you are want to use any class in another class or any one file in another file, then you have to import that file in your that particular file where you want to use that file. So for example, in views I want to create the instance of the model class. So before creating the instance of the model class, I have imported that model class. Now I'm going to fetch all the data from the model class. For that, I'm going to create one object model class. So let's create object stu. This is my object name, and I'm going to fetch all the data from the model class. For that, model class name as student dot object dot all. With the help of this command, I'm going to fetch all the data from the model class and going to store in the stu. Now my next step is to display this stu data over the browser. For that I need HTML page. So I have already created one HTML page. Inside the template folder there is one my app folder, and inside the my app folder I have one file student.html. So I want to display the my models data. So for that I need the HTML page, and let's show. For that, go to the views and write return render return render. Then here we have to specify our HTML5 location and request default parameter. Then I'm going to specify my HTML file location. So if we have remember, inside the template we have one folder my app, and inside the my app we have a student.html file. But you remember we have already specified up to templates in the settings.py file. So we have to specify remaining address, which is my app. Inside the my app student.html, so my app slash student. Now I'm going to pass this stu object in the this HTML page. So for that, create one dictionary. Let's give name student data, and this is the key, and for this stu is the value. Now copy this key and paste in your HTML page in double curly bracket. This is Django template. Paste here, Control S. But we have forget to maintain the URL for our view. So go to the URL file. Let's close it. Here we need to specify URL. Copy this one. Here also, before going to specify the URLs, we have to import the view. So for that, I have written the code like from my app import views. Then here you have to specify your URL name. For example, I'm using a student, and here your views, then here your views name. So views name you can copy from here. Simply copy this one, paste here, Control S, terminal, new terminal. Then go to your project, cd my project, then python manage dot py run server. This is the command to run Django project. So it's showing module my app views has no attribute student view. Do you mean student views? Let's check. Save it. Yeah, because we have not saved, I got that error. So don't forget to save. Then copy this URL on any browser. Here we have specified in URL student. Save it. Here, paste it. This is our model project, and it's showing query set student object. So go to the HTML page. Here you can see this is the model project. From there it's coming, this is the model project, but here it's printing mod student object. It's not showing our data what we have actually stored in our Django.admin page. Let me show the our Django.admin page. I remember in last video we have created user ID and password for this, so you can use the same one. So Gridi, and my password. Here you can see I have already saved one data with the name of Durgesh, city Mumbai, marks 15. I want to display this data over the browser. For that, I have created the model, and I have created the object of this model class, and I'm passing this object in student.html file. But it is not printing properly. It's showing object. So we have to print properly. For that, I'm going to fetch one by one data from the model object. For that, I'm going to use the for loop. Remove this and take one table. Inside the table, I'm going to take row. For that, we have a tr. Inside the tr, I'm going to take table head. First, I want to print the ID. Then copy paste same one. Then one more time. First for ID, second for name, third for marks, then Control S, Control C, then run the browser again. Then go to your browser slash student, ID, name, mark, city. So for this field, I want to print the data. So let's see how to print the data. So take one for loop. For that, open curly bracket, inside double percentage, then type for each element in our data, then for st in data. This data is nothing but our key, whatever we are passing in the views.py file. See, for this object we have created one key, same key we are passing in HTML page here. Then take one tr tag. Inside that tag, take one td tag. Here specify the field whatever you want to fetch from the model object. For that, we have a syntax, double curly bracket, inside that st dot field name whatever you want to fetch. For example, I want to fetch name, marks and city. Then same you have to mention here. Copy the name here and copy this one. One more time, copy and paste. Then again copy this marks. In mind, whatever field you are taking here, it should be same whatever field you have taken in models.py file. Same field I am taking in the student.html page. Now close the for loop. For that, take curly bracket. Inside the curly bracket, take double percentage, then syntax to end the for loop. Now Control S, click below, then Control C, then you can use up arrow to see the previous command, then enter. Yeah, our server is running. Just copy this URL and open any browser and paste there slash our URL is student. Yeah, so here you can see our data is showing over the browser. So this is how we can fetch the data and display over the browser. Here we can add the CSS also, and we can also add the border to this data. So let's add. the border. For that, you have remember we have created one style.css file. With the help of this file, we can add the style to our data. So let me add the style th comma td curly bracket, then border radius or size you can define. For example, I'm giving 1 pixel. Then you can define the color, so I'm taking black. Solid, it's a property. Control S, click below, then Control C, then you can click up arrow to see the previous command. Enter, go to the browser, refresh it. Yeah, here you can see we have the border is added to our data. So thank you so much for watching this video, and please like and subscribe my channel. Hi, in last video we have seen how to save data in database with the help of Django model, and we have also fetched that store data over the browser. But if you remember, where we have entered student details manually in Django admin page. In this video we are going to see how to take user input through the form, and then we will see how to save that form data and display over the browser. So before going to start the practical session, first understand what is the form. So here I have written some theoretical points, so you can pause the video and note down these things. These are the very important for interview purpose. So let's discuss. It is a very important concept in web development. The main purpose of form is to take user input. For example, login form, registration form, inquiry form, etc. From the forms, we can read end user provided input data, and we can use that data based on our requirement. We may store in database for future purpose, or we may use for authentication purpose. So number of people maybe think why we are using Django form if we have HTML form. So here are some advantage over the HTML form. We can develop form very easily with the Python code. We can generate HTML form widget components very quickly. Validating the data will become very easy. Processing data into Python data structure like list, set, etc. will become very easy. And most important, creation of a model based on form will become easy. So these are the few points regarding the Django form. So in this video we are going to see how to create the Django form, and we will save the data in Django form, and after saving we will redirect that page to some another page. For open the command prompt, type cmd. Here I am going to create project from scratch. For that I want to create one empty folder over the desktop. For that I am going to the desktop location. For that cd desktop. After that I want to create one empty folder. For that we have a command mkdir, then folder name whatever you want to create over the desktop. In my case I am creating Django project, one folder over the desktop. After that go inside the Django project folder. For that we have a command cd, then particular folder name whatever you have given. In my case this is a Django project. Yeah, now I'm inside the Django project folder. After that I'm going to create the Django project. For that we have a command python space -m django start project name. You can give any name to the project. In my case I'm giving my project. So let's enter. After creating the Django project, go to the particular project. For cd my project. Now I'm inside the my project folder. Then we have to create one application for our Django project. For that we have a command python manage.py start app application name. So start app then application name. Application name, you can give any name. In my case, I am giving my app. Enter. Then I'm going to run the Django server. For that, we have a command python manage.py run server. This is the command to run the Django server. Now copy the URL and paste in any browser. Paste here. If you are getting this page, it means you have successfully created Django project. Now let me open the Visual Studio Code. From there we will open our Django project folder which we have created over the desktop. Then go to the file, then open folder, then go to particular location and select your project folder. After that, I'm going to register our application in settings.py file inside the installed app. So for that, just type your application name. In my case, this is the my app. Now I'm going to create the Django Forms. For that, I'm creating one forms.py file inside the my app folder. Right click on my app folder, then new file, then give file name forms.py file. In this file, we are going to maintain all our Django form related code. Let me import forms. For that, from Django import forms. After that, we have to create the form class. For that, class, then class name, whatever you want to give. In my case, I am giving student form. After that, I am going to inherit forms.form class to make this our ordinary class as a Django form class. So forms.form, here we have inherit this class. After that, I am going to create the form field. For that, name equals to forms.forms dot, then type of that field. For name, we have taken char field. If you remember, here we have not taken any max length, but in the case of model we have taken max length, but in forms it is not required. Then next field, city equals to forms dot, then type of city, it will also same char field. Then next field, marks equals to forms dot, then type of marks, it will be the integer field, forms dot integer field. Yeah, here successfully we have created our forms. That's now I have to render this Django form inside the Django template with the help of views.py file. For that, open the views.py file, then create one view function. For that, we have a keyword def, then function name, whatever you want to give. In my case, I am giving student views, then default parameter. In views.py file, we will create the object of the form class and we will render that object inside the Django template. So before creating the object of form class, let me import the form class. For that, from my app is nothing but my application name. So from my app dot means current directory, then forms, import form class. So whatever you have given name, just copy paste from the forms.py file and paste in the views.py file. Now we have successfully imported our forms. Next step 2, we have to create the object of the form class. For that, take any variable, whatever you want. So in my case, I am taking the form equals to forms dot, that forms dot, then whatever name of the forms class you have given. In my case, this is the student form. Now we have successfully created the object of the form class. The next step to render this object to the Django template. For that, return render, then default parameter request, and after that we will specify our HTML page or Django template page location. So let me pass. But here, if you remember, we have not created any templates. For that, we need to first create the templates. So I have already shown you how to create the templates and how to add that template location in the settings.py file. So let me create one template, then go to the my project, then right click and create one folder with the name of templates. Then after that again click on right over the template folder and create one more folder with the name of your application name. Then inside the my app create one file which is student.html file. Type HTML5. Now I'm going to create one heading for our project. So let's take h1 tag, then type hi, this is Django project. Hi, this is Django form project. Yeah, right now we have created our HTML page successfully. Then our next step to pass the address of this student.html file in the views.py file. But before, we have to pass the address of templates inside the settings.py file. Below, copy this base dir and paste inside the templates. Base dir is nothing but location up to your project folder. After that you have to mention whatever folder you have created for the student.html file. So we have created templates folder. Now I'm going to specify the location of student.html file inside the views.py file. So up to templates we have already registered inside the settings.py file. So here I have to register remaining address which is my app, then inside the my app student.html page. After that I'm going to pass the form object inside the student.html page. For that create one dictionary, then take one key and then value. Key you can take anything, but the value name should be same whatever you have taken for the form object. In my case I have taken form. Yeah, our view is created. Then next step to pass this key inside the student.html page. So for that open the student.html page and take one double curly bracket. Inside this curly bracket we are going to pass the key what we have taken inside the views.py file. Then open the terminal, then new terminal. But before going to run the Django project, we need to maintain the URLs for the Django project. For that open the urls.py file and first import the views. For that from my app import views. Here before going to maintain the URLs we need to import the views. This view is nothing but our views.py file. Then copy first line, then paste, then modified it. Here we need to specify the URL. In my case I am giving student, then views. After that we need to specify the views name. So go to the views.py file, and copy the views name and paste in the urls.py file. That's it. Our project is ready. Then our next step to run the Django project. For that we need to go inside the project. For that we have a command cd, then our project name. My project name is my project. Enter. Then next step to run the Django project. For that we have a command python manage.py run server. This is the command to run the Django project. Enter. Here we are getting some warning, so no need to worry. Simply copy that command. This command is python manage.py migrate. Copy this command and run this command. Ctrl C, then Ctrl V then enter. Now our project is ready to run. Then type python manage.py run server, then enter. Then copy the URL and open the any browser, paste it. Next we have to specify the URL what we have given. In my case this is a student, so /student. Now we have redirected to Django error page. Here we are getting some error like forms is not defined inside the views.py file, line number 6. Go to the views.py file and check what. So remove this one, we have did some mistake. Control S, open the browser and refresh it. Just refresh it. Yeah, here you can see our Django form is created successfully, but this is coming in one single line. So let me change. Go to the student.html page and inside the double curly bracket just type it form dot as a underscore p. It means we want to render the form as a paragraph. With the help of this key it will come one by one. So just run the project and go to the browser and refresh it. Just refresh it. Yeah, here you can see it's coming in one line. Now here you can see this is coming in a p tag. Django form not coming with default form tag. Here we need to specify the form tag manually. For that, go to the student.html page and take one form tag, form, enter. Then copy this double curly bracket inside the form tag. Yeah. Then Control C, then up arrow to run the Django project. With the help of up arrow you can see the previous command. Now refresh the browser. Okay, let me remove that extra one. Just remove it. Yeah. Then Control S, then again refresh the browser. Yeah, here you can see the source code. Here you can see the form tag is showing. It means we have to add this form tag manually in the Django form. Let me add one submit button inside the form. For that, input type submit and value should be submit. So let me do it. Submit, then value also submit. Control S, then refresh the browser. Yeah, here you can see submit button is showing. Now let me show you what I have did up to this point. In forms.py file I have created all the fields related to the forms. Then in views.py file I have created one function and I have created the object of the form class and render in the student.html form. Then in student.html form I have taken that particular key which I have set for the form. Now in urls.py I have maintained the URL. Then my next step to save this form while clicking on submit button. So go to the browser. Here let me enter some input. For example, name Durgesh, then city Mumbai and marks. After clicking on submit button I want to save this data. So let's see how we can save the data. For that I am going to take the post method. It is highly recommended that you have to use the post method when you are taking the user input for the security purpose. So because of that only I am taking the post method. Now go to the views.py file. Here we have to check the condition of the method, whether it's a post or get. So I am going to put one if condition. It will check whether our method is get or post. Based on that we have to perform some activity. I am taking if request.method equals to post, Then I want to create the object of the form again, but this time I want to create the object of the form along with the data. First let me write this post. Okay, if request.method equals to post, then I want to create the object of the form. So we have already seen how to create the object of the form. Take any variable, then class name of the form, which is in my case student form. You can simply go to the forms.py file and copy the class name. Then here I'm going to take request.post. It means we are creating the object of the form along with data. Then I'm simply going to print one line. This is for testing purpose only. With the help of this line, we can see in console whether we are reaching to this if condition or not. So let's type this is post request. This is only for the testing purpose. Then I'm going to print this is get request. This is get request. This is get request. That's it. Then Control S. Then run the Django server again. For that Control C, then up arrow and run the command. Simply copy the URL and open in browser and paste it. Then type the URL. Yeah, let me check whether it's working or not. So first let me provide name Durgesh, then city Mumbai, then marks 90, then click on submit. But here after clicking on submit, we are getting some error. This is CSRF functionality provided by the Django for the security purpose. With the help of this token, we can avoid unwanted and harmful requests to our website. So no need to worry, simply copy paste this CSRF token and paste inside the student.html page. So let me copy this one and go to the student.html page and paste inside the form tag. Then Control S and run the Django server again. Simply copy the URL. Open the browser and paste there. Now let me check whether our issue resolved or not. For that, let me enter the name Durgesh, then city Mumbai, then marks 90 and submit. Now let's check whether our data is printing over the console or not. For that, open the terminal. Here you can see we are getting post request, and in above we are also getting the get request, because at the time of hitting the blank URL we are getting the get request, and after submitting the data we are getting the post request. Because of that only here we are getting both request, get and post. Now I am going to add some validation to my Django form. For that, Django have inbuilt validation method which is valid. With the help of this isValid method, we can validate our Django form. So let me type it. Now I'm going to print all the form fields what we have taken inside the forms.py file. So if you have remember, we have taken name, city, marks. So let me print all the fields. First I'm going to print the name in clean data. Clean data is the inbuilt method provided by the Django. With the help of clean data, we can fetch validated data or clean data. And inside the clean data, we have to pass the field name or variable name what we have taken inside the forms.py file. We have to copy paste same name. Otherwise, we will get error. Then copy and paste one more time. Let me modify it, city, then marks, and then take the field name from the forms.py file what we have taken. So city, copy and paste inside the clean data. Same do for the marks. Copy and paste. Yeah. Now I'm going to maintain the else part for this if. For that, else in else part I'm going to write not a valid data. So else print not a valid data. Not a valid data. Now let me add this is a valid data above. For that, copy this line and paste and modified this one. This is valid data. This is valid data. Control S, then run the Django server, copy the URL and open the browser. Yeah, paste here. Now let me check whether our data is getting printing or not in the console. So let me provide the name, then city name, then marks and click on submit. Now open the terminal and check whether our data is printing or not. Here you can see name, city and marks printing successfully. So now we are able to print the data over the console. Now our next step to save this data with the help of model class into database. For that we need to create the models class. So go to the models.py file, and here we need to create the model class to save our Django form. So class, then student models. Here you can take any name. I am taking students model. Then I am going to inherit this class from the models class. For that, models.model. By the inheriting this class, we can make our ordinary class as the Django model class. So let me inherit models.model. Models.model. Now we have to create the fields. These fields will become our column name and our class name, which is students model, will become the table name. So take the same field what we have taken inside the forms.py file. So first name equals to models.char field. This char field is nothing but data type of the variable, what kind of data you are going to store in particular variable. So let me copy all these fields and paste in the models.py file. And here I am going to modify it as per my requirement. So in here first we need to specify the max length. If we have remember in models we need to specify the max field of the char field. And then let me change from forms to models. Then here also and here also. That's it. The city max length 40. For the marks we not required because this is the integer field. Let me arrange this one. Yeah, now it is done. Then our next step to create the object of the model class inside the views.py file. For that, go to the views.py file, and before creating the object of the model class, first we need to import the model class. For that, from my app is nothing but my application name, dot means current directory, models, import, then model class name, whatever you have given. I have given student models. You can simply go to models.py file and copy paste the model class. Let's remove this two line. This is post request and this is valid data. I don't want this line. So let me remove this line. And this print statement also I don't want, because I am not going to print my data. I want to save my data. So let me remove this print statement remove this one. Then same do for the city and marks. And I'm going to store this clean data inside the variables. So let me create one variable for name, then for city and marks, and there I'm going to store this data. Yeah, I have created three variables: name, city, marks, and inside that I'm storing the clean data. Now I have to create the object of the model class. For that I'm going to take one variable reg. You can take any variable whatever you want to take. In my case I'm taking reg, then equals to model class name. You can copy the class name from the models.py file. Copy this one and paste inside. Now we need to map the models field name with this particular variable whatever we have created inside the views.py file. So for that, name equals to name, then city equals to city, and marks equal to marks. Here we have successfully mapped the field with the models field. We have taken all the fields from the model class and we have mapped the particular field with the variable whatever we have created inside the views.py file. Then our next step to save this data. For that we have an inbuilt method save. For that we need to write our object name dot save method. Save. Then run the Django project. Copy the URL and open the browser. Paste it. Then mention the complete URL. Yeah. Let me check whether we are able to save the data or not. Provide the name, then city, then marks. Click on submit. But here we are getting one error like no such table my app underscore student model is there. So we have forgot to run two most important command. When we are creating the models, we have to run these two most important command. With the help of this command only we can create the table from the model. The first command is python manage.py make migration. With the help of this we can generate the SQL query. So it will generate the SQL query for our model class. Then second command we have python manage.py migrate. With the help of this command we can execute whatever SQL query generated by the make migration command. So now our table is created. Python manage.py migrate. So now our table is created. So let me run the Django server again. Copy the URL, then go to the browser and paste, then provide complete URL. Now let me check whether our issue is resolved or not. Provide the name Durgesh, then city Mumbai, then marks. Click on submit. Now I want to see this data. So if you follow my previous video, I have already told you how we can see the data. So let me go to the Django admin page. For that, admin, enter. Okay, our server is not running. Let me run our Django project. Yeah, copy the URL. Yeah, hit again. So here we need to pass the username and password. So let's create how Let's create super user. For that we have a command python manage.py create super user, then provide the name whatever you want to give as a username. So in my case I am giving username grid. You can give any username whatever you want. I am giving Gridi. Then email is optional, you can skip. Then password I am giving grid@123. Then again type the password. It's showing your password is too weak. Simply click Y. Yeah, then run the Django server. Yeah, now go to the browser and refresh the URL. Refresh the URL. Enter the username. In my case this is a Gridi. Then password Gridi@123. Then login. Yeah, but here our model name is not showing. For that we need to register the our model name inside the admins.py file. So let's see how to register the model class inside the admins.py file. Before going to register the models class, we need to import the model class. For that, from my app is nothing but my application name dot models, import model class. So for model class we can go to the models.py file and copy the class name. Let me copy the class name and paste here. Now our next step to register our model class inside the admins.py file. For that, @admin dot register. Then here we need to pass the name of our model class. Now if you remember, to display the data over the Django admin page, we need to create one more class, which is model admin class. So let me create. For that I'm taking the name student admin. Then I'm going to inherit from admin dot model admin class. Next, to display the column name or data over the Django admin page, I am using list underscore display inbuilt function. Now here I am going to pass the column name whatever I want to show in the Django admin page. So simply copy from the models.py file and paste here. Let me copy for the marks and city. Simply copy and paste inside the admins.py file. Whatever field we are pasting here, that field will be reflected in the Django admin page. Marks. Yeah, it's done. Just reload the project, copy the URL and open the browser. Just paste it. Yeah, click on your model class name. My app, click on student models. Then here you can see our data is showing what we have entered: name Durgesh, city Mumbai and marks. Now let me add one more record. For that, type the URL, then go to the student form, then enter. Then here let me add one more record. Provide name, then city, then marks and submit. Now let's check whether this data is saved or not. For that, go to the Django admin page. Type admin, then click on student models. Yeah, here you can see successfully our data is saved. So this is how we can save the data and see in the Django admin page. Now our next task is to, after saving the data, we have to redirect the page in some other page. For that, let's see how we can redirect the page from one page to another page. For that we need to import the one library which is HTTP response redirect. So let's import that library from django.http import HTTP response redirect. With the help of this library we can redirect our page from one page to another page. So we have successfully imported the library. Then I'm going to create one view function. The name is thank you, then default parameter request. With the help of this view function we can redirect our page from one page to another page. So return render, then default parameter request, and here we need to mention the HTML file where we want to render our request. So inside the my app slash thank you.html I want to redirect over this page. The page name is thank you.html. Let me create the thank you.html page inside the my app. Now here type HTML5, then enter. Then inside the body take one h1 tag and type hi, your data is saved. Hi, your data is saved. That's it. Then Control S. Then go to the views.py file. We need to mention the URL where we want to redirect our page after the save. For that return HTTP response redirect, then URL. For example, I want to redirect to thank you page. So I am typing thank you. Control S. Then go to the urls.py file to mention the URL. Then simply copy the above line. Copy this one and paste below. Then modified as per our requirement, mention the URL what you have given in the views.py file. Simply copy this one and you can paste in the urls.py file. Then we need to specify the views name. For that go to the views.py file and copy the view name and paste in the urls.py file. That's it. Then Control S. Now run the project again. For that new terminal, then open the terminal, then go to the project location, then run the project, then simply copy the URL and open the browser and paste there /student because I want to redirect to student page. Then here let me enter some data. For example, name Komal, then city Mumbai, and marks 34. Submit. Hi, your data is saved. After clicking on save we have redirected to thank you page. Now let me check whether this data is saved in the admin page or not. For that here you can see the data is saved successfully. Please like and subscribe, and thank you so much for watching this video. Hi, in last video we have seen how to create the Django form, how to save the data in Django form, and how to redirect to some another page. In this video we are going to see how to do the same activity with the help of model form. As compared to the Django form, model form is very easy, and so in this video I am going to show you how to create the Django model form. So let's start. Before that I want to let you know in this video I have used my previous code. So if you have not watched my previous video which is how to create the Django form, so please go and watch that video, then you can continue this video. So let's start. What is the model form? So form based on model is called model form. Sometimes we can create form based on model. Such type of form are called model based form or model forms. The main advantage of the model form is we can grab end user input and we can save that input data very easily to the database. Django provide inbuilt support to develop the model based form very easily. Then here are these few steps how to develop the model based form. While developing form class, instead of inheriting forms.form class, we have to inherit forms.model form class. So this is the syntax to inherit the model form. Then we have to write one nested class which is also known as meta class to specify model information and required field. So these are the syntax. We have to specify the model name and then whatever field we want to fetch from the model. That's it. So let's start, see the practical session how we can achieve these things. Now let me modify my previous code. Let's remove this part. Then let me import the model class. For that, from my app is nothing but my application name. Then dot means current directory. Then models, import model class. To check the model class name, you can go to the models.py file and copy the model class name and paste in forms.py file. Now I'm going to inherit model form class instead of forms class. Next, I need to define the meta class. For that, class, then meta. Then here I need to define the model class name. For that, model equals to then model class name. Simply copy and paste the model class name. Then next we have to specify the fields which we want to show over the browser. For that, I am going to take all _ all, because in my case I am going to show all the fields. Yeah, that's it. Then Control S. After that, open the views.py file. Here let's remove unwanted code. We not required to this code. Then simply forms.save. With the help of this save method, we are saving this form data. That's it. Then Control S. Run the Django project, copy the URL, then open the browser and paste there. Then provide complete URL. Now here you can see we have reached to page. Then let me check whether it's working or not. For that, provide the name. For example, name Durgesh. Then city Mumbai. Then enter the marks and click on submit. Hi, your data is saved. We have successfully saved our data with the help of Django model form. So let me show you what I have did up to this point. Open the models.py file. Here you can see what code we have written for the models.py file. Then open the forms.py file. Here you can see what we have did for forms.py file. Then open the views.py file. Here we have added only one line, which is form.save to save the data. That's it. So here we have successfully completed. So thank you so much for watching my video. Please like and subscribe. Hi, in this video we are going to see how to download and install Oracle database and SQL developer in Windows 10 operating system. So let's start. Open the Chrome browser and type Oracle download. Then click on first link. Then based upon your operating system, select the zip file. In my case, I am selecting 64-bit operating system. So click on zip. Then here you have to create Oracle account if you don't have. In my case, I have already account, so I am logging with my user ID and password. In your case, if you are doing first time, then click on create account, fill all the information and then sign in here. So let me pass username and password. Click on sign in. Click on save. Now here you can see downloading is started. Now I need to download SQL developer. For that, type developer download. click on first link. Then again, based on your operating system, select the zip file. So I am again selecting 64-bit. Click on download. Click on save. Now downloading is started. Now here you can see both the file is downloaded. So let me extract these files. So let me first extract Windows file, which is nothing but our Oracle file. So click on extract. So based upon your operating system, it will take few minutes. Okay, now it's done. Let's extract SQL developer. It will also take few minutes. Yeah, it's completed. Now go to the Windows file, which is nothing but our Oracle file. Inside the Oracle file, we have one file setup. Double click on that file. Now wizard is started. So our Oracle is getting loaded. Then click on next. If you want to change any option you can change, otherwise click on next. Then again click on next. Go with the default settings. Here if you are doing first time, then create you can select. I am also going to select the create new. Here you need to pass user ID and password. You can give any user ID or password, whatever you want. So let me enter username and password. Then confirm password. Next. Oh, I have already used this username previously, so click on OK and let me try with another username. Then click on next. It's loading. Now you can see your file location where it's going to be installed. If you want, you can change this location by clicking on browser. And here we need to pass our password and we need to confirm the password. So we need to pass the same password which we have passed in previous page. So I'm going to enter the same password and again I'm going to confirm the same password. Then click on next. Then click on yes. Now it's loading. It will take few minutes. Now click on next. Yeah, this is the last stage. It will take near about 10 to 15 minutes. So be patient and yeah. Now go to the our SQL file and just right click on a SQL developer and create shortcut. And copy and paste over the desktop. Now double click on SQL developer. Yeah, now it's getting started. It will take few minutes to load entire Oracle SQL developer. Once it's load, we can start our writing query. So wait for few minutes. Yeah, it's done. Now open the command prompt and type SQL plus / no log. SQL plus / no log. Enter. Then type con / as sysdba. Con / as sysdba. Then click enter. Then alter user system identified by Tiger. So here we are altering our DB user. Then con system, enter. Then enter the password. Here our password will be Tiger. So type Tiger, then enter. Now open the SQL developer and click on plus icon, which is nothing but with the help of that icon we can connect our DB. So at left side there is a one icon plus green in green color. So pass user ID and password here and select the role as a default and click on test. Now status is success, connect. So here successfully we have configured our SQL developer. Now here we can start our query. So thank you so much for watching my video. Please like and subscribe my channel. Hi, in this video I am going to show you how to connect the Oracle database with the Django project. For that you must have Oracle database in your system and SQL developer. So if you don't have, then you can refer my previous video, which is how to install Oracle database and SQL developer. Then you can continue this video. So let's start. For that, open the Visual Studio Code. Then open the terminal, then new terminal. Then go to the project location. For that, cd my project. Then here first we need to install the cs_oracle library. For that we have a command pip install cx_oracle, then enter. Here I have already installed this library, because of that only it's showing requirement already satisfied. In your case it will download this required package. After that go to the settings.py file. Then here inside the database we need to mention our database credential. For that you can open your SQL developer, go to the desktop, then open your SQL developer. It will take few minutes, so please wait. From here we will get the database credential. The same credential we need to mention in the settings.py file. So let's do it. Then right click on your database, then go to the last, there is one property, click on that. After that, here you will get database credential. So go to the Visual Studio Code, and here we need to specify the credential. Copy this line, Control C, then paste one more time. Now change this one. This will be our username, for that user. Then this will be our password. Yeah, let me remove these things. Then same do for this one also. For this one also. Here we need to specify our DB credential. Then enter the name. Here we need to mention the host name. In my case, my host name is localhost. Go to the SQL developer, then copy this host name, then come to this Visual Studio Code and paste, then semicolon. Then we have to mention the port number. For that, go to the SQL developer, copy this port number and paste. After that, we need to specify our SID name. So go to the SQL developer and copy this SID name and paste here. That's it. Now we are working on Oracle database. So for that, let me add here is Oracle. Then here we need to specify the username. So simply go to the SQL developer and copy the username. In my case, this is the system. So paste here. Then we need to enter the password. So in my case, I have kept the password tiger. So let me type TIGER. Yeah, that's it. Then Control S to save the project. After that, click over the terminal, then up arrow to see the previous command. Yeah. Now here we have one command, python manage.py migrate. After running this command, if we are not getting any error, it means we have successfully connected Oracle database to the Django project. So let me enter. Yeah, here you can see we have not got any error. After that, run the make migration command. Make migration command. So this is the full command, python manage.py make migration. This command is to create the table from the model. So let's enter. Then one more command is python manage.py migrate. Yeah. After that, we can check whether the table is created inside the SQL developer or not. Our table name will be the models name. Go to the models.py file. Here we have one class which is student model. So our table name should be my app, which is nothing but our application name slash this class name. So open the SQL developer, then click on database. Now click on table. Now here you can see there one table must be created. So let's see. Yeah, here you can see my app underscore student models. This is the format of the Django to create the table from the models class. So thank you so much for watching. Please like and subscribe my channel. Hi, in this video we are going to see how to create virtual environment. Then we will see how to install the Django in virtual environment, and so let's start. For that, open the command prompt. Before installing the virtual environment, we have to make sure we have a Python install in our system. For that, we have a command python hyphen hyphen version. Python hyphen hyphen version. So here you can see in my system, I have a 3.10.4 version of Python. So our next step is to install the virtual environment. For that, we have a command pip install virtual env. Virtual env. So this is the command to install the virtual environment. In my system, you can see it's showing requirement already satisfied because I have already installed the virtual environment. After installing the virtual environment, our next step to create virtual environment. For that, we have a command virtual environment, then our virtual environment name. Here you can pass any name. I am giving name Gridi. You can give any name. So here you can see created virtual environment. So I have successfully created virtual environment. After that, you have to go inside the virtual environment. For that, cd then virtual environment name. In my case, it's a Gridi. So I'm inside my virtual environment, but right now it is not activated. We have to activate our virtual environment. For that, we have a one command activate, but before running that command, we need to go to script directory. For that, cd script, then we have a command activate. So here you can see our virtual environment is activated. Once your virtual environment name is showing at the starting, it means you have successfully activated your virtual environment. After that, I'm going to install the Django project Django in the virtual environment. For that, we have a command pip install the Django. This is the command to install the Django in virtual environment. This is the same like global installation of Django. So wait for some time, it will take few minutes. Here you can see it successfully installed. It will take few seconds more to install all the packages. Yeah, here you can see all the packages regarding to Django installed. And how, so this is how you can create virtual environment and install the Django in virtual environment. So thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe my channel. Hi, in this video we are going to see what is the template inheritance. As you know, we have already seen what is the template. So in this video I'm going to cover what is the template inheritance and what is the template filter, and we will see what is the template tag for URLs. So these 3 points I'm going to cover in this video. So before going to start the practical session, let's understand what is the template inheritance, then what are the advantages of template inheritance. So here I have written few points regarding the template inheritance. So the first point is, if multiple template files have some common code, it is not recommended to write that common code in every template HTML file. It increases the length of the code and reduces the and reduce readability. It increases the length of the code and reduce readability. It also increases the development time. So we have to separate that common code into a new template file, which is also known as base template, or you can say parent template, or whatever name you want to give. The remaining template file should require to extend that base template so that the common code will be inherited automatically. Inheriting common code from base template to remaining template is nothing but template inheritance. As many of people already aware about the inheritance word. So here also the same kind of thing is going on. Then what are the advantage of template inheritance? Whatever code available in base template is by default available to child template, and we are not required to write again. Hence, it promotes code reusability. It reduces the length of the code and improves the readability. It reduces the development time. It provides unique and same look and feel for total web application. And one more point, based on our requirement, we can extend any number of base template, that is multiple inheritance is applicable for the templates. Then next point is template filters. So this point I will cover in the middle of the video. So rest of now, just leave this point and let's start practical session. For that, open the command prompt, type cmd, then click on it. Then here I'm going to create one empty folder for my project over the desktop. For that, let me go to my desktop location. For that, I have command cd desktop. Now I'm inside the desktop. At the desktop location, here I want to create one empty folder for my project. Then to create the empty folder, we have a command mkdir. Then folder name, whatever you want to give. For example, I'm giving Django Project. Then go to inside this Django Project, simply copy this one and paste here. Now I'm inside the Django Project folder. If you want to check whether this Django Project folder is created or not over the desktop, for that go to the desktop. Then here you can see one empty folder is created with the name Django Project. Close it, then open the command prompt. Then here I want to create the Django project inside the Django project folder. To create the Django project, we have a command python -m, then Django, then start project, then project name, whatever you want to give. In my case, I am giving my project. You can give any name, whatever you like. So let me type my project. That's it. Now successfully I have created Django project. If you go to the desktop inside the Django project, here you can see one my project folder is created, which is nothing but our Django project. Then go to the command prompt, then go to the particular folder which is our project name. So in my case, this is my project. Here I am inside the my project. Then here I am going to create the application for our project. Remember, one Django project can have any number of application. So to create the Django application, we have a command python, then manage.py, then start app, then app name. You can give any name here, whatever you want. In my case, I'm giving my app. That's it. Then I need one more app for this particular project. So let me create one more app. For this, I'm going to use the same command and I'm only changing the application name. So second application will be Gridi. You can give any name, then enter. So we have successfully created two applications. First one is a my app, second one is a Gridi. So let me run this Django project. So to run this Django project, we have a command python then manage.py, then run server. This is the command to run the Django project. Enter. Here you can see successfully our Django project is running. Just copy this one, open any browser, then paste. If you are getting this page, it means you have successfully created your Django project. Then our next step to register this Django application inside the settings.py file. For that, open any editor. In my case, I am using the Visual Studio Code. Then go to the file, then open folder, then navigate to particular location. I have created over the desktop one folder, Django project. Select this one. That's it. Here our project is loaded. Then close these things, expand this project. So our first step, immediately after creating the application, we have to register that application inside the settings.py file. So go to inside the settings.py file, then come down and install app. Here we need to install or register our application name. For that, simply pass the application name. So if you remember, first one is a my app, then I have created one more with the name Gridi. That's it. We have successfully installed or registered our application. Then, as you know, I have already told in this video we are going to see the template inheritance. For that, I need to create the templates, but there is some twist. If you have seen my previous video, there I have created the templates file inside the project, not inside the application. But in this project, I'm going to create the templates file inside the application, or we can say application level. So let's create. This is my Gridi application, and this one is my app application. So first click over the Gridi and then new folder. Inside the new folder, I'm going to create one template. For that, template. Then inside the templates, I'm creating one more folder with the name of my application name. So, or you can directly create the template file. So I'm here creating, for example, course.html. Then same thing we need to do for our second application, which is my app. You can simply go here and right click, then new folder, give name templates, then not folder, take new file. File name will be home.html. Then create one more file inside the template, create one new file which is about.html. Then take one more new file which is base.html. That's it. Let's see what we have did up to this. We have created one template file inside the Gridi app. Then we have created one HTML file which is course.html. Same thing we have did for the my app, which is our another application. Here we have created one templates folder, and we have created 3 HTML file: about.html, base.html, home.html. But if you remember in my previous video, I have told you after creating the template, we need to add these templates inside the settings.py file. So go to the settings.py file, and if you remember, I was adding these templates below here. But in this case, we have created the templates inside the application, so we no need to add any path or any template location inside the settings.py file. If you go upside here inside the templates, this app underscore dir option should be true. If it is not true, then make sure it should be true. So in my case it's already true, so no need to do any changes. Then this Gridi application and this my app application, these both are nothing but simple or ordinary application only, but in my case I'm assuming this my app having about.html, base.html and home.html file. If you can relate, this about, base and home are the generic pages which is available in all the templates. So here I'm going to do some code, then I will show you what we can do with the same thing with the help of inheritance concept. So for the that, and the same we will do for the Gridi application also. Then open the base.html file. Here type some HTML code, HTML file. Then here I'm going to write, this is the base page. For that I'm giving the title base, and inside the body I am going to take one h1 tag, and here I'm going to write this is base page template. That's it. Then Control S. Then same I'm going to do for the home.html. Type html5. Then in title I'm going to write home. Then in body I'm going to take one h1 tag, and this is home page. That's it. Then do same for the about.html page. Type html. First I'm trying to show you without inheritance concept how we are doing these things. After this I will show you how to use the inheritance concept and what is the use of and what is the benefit of that inheritance concept. So take one h1 tag, one second. For title should be about, for about page. Then take one h1 tag, then here type this is about page, then Control S. So we have created 3 HTML page: home, about and base. Now I'm going to do the same thing for the course.html page. Click here, then HTML5. Then here it should be, for example, course name Django. Then type here, take one h1 tag and type this is the Django project. Control S. Then here you can see in all the 4 HTML5 I have write some HTML code. Now I have to define the views for this HTML page. For that, go to the views which is inside the particular application. For my app we have one views.py file. Go here, then here create the view. For that, def. Then first I'm going to create for the home. Let me do for the base. Then default parameter request. Then return render. Then default parameter request. Then here we need to pass the our HTML page location. So if you remember in previous video I have already told how to pass the template location or HTML file location. So first we need to specify the application name, but in this case we have created the templates file inside the application only, so no need to specify the application name. You can simply see inside the Gridi we have created one templates folder. So up to templates our settings.py file will detect After that we need to provide the remaining path. So here I'm going to add this location. For that, type course.html. That's it. Then Control S, then copy the same one, because we have to do for the remaining HTML page also. Then this is for the home. Once again, this should be base only, because I'm creating this HTML page for the my app. So in my app I have a base.html, so that location only. Then second one, home. For that, here should be home. Then paste one more time, base, home, done. Then remaining is about. For this one will be about. Then here should be about.html. Control S. Then same thing I need to do for the course.html file. For that, inside the Gridi, go inside the views.py file, and here we need to create for the course.html file. For that, take course, our view name, then here also course.html. Now Control S. Then after creating the HTML page, we need to create the URLs. So in this case, I'm going to maintain the URLs at the project level only. I'm not going to maintain the URLs at the application level. So for that, in urls.py file, first import the view. See, for my app, I'm going to maintain the URL at project level, but for Gridi, I'm going to maintain the URL at application level. I'm assuming that my app is the application which is applicable for the all application. So you can understand like this my app. Once again, this my app is nothing but project level application I'm considering. Anyhow, Gridi and my app both are application only, but based on scenario or based on condition, I'm keeping all my generic files inside the my app. So I'm considering my app is the project level application. For that, whatever URLs I'm going to maintain for the my app, I'm going to maintain in the urls.py, which is created at the project level by default. For that, from my app, so from my app we need to import views. Then simply copy this one, paste here. Here we need to define the URL for our pages. Let me arrange this one. Yeah. Then based on our requirement, we need to modify this one. For example, I'm keeping blank. If I will not provide any URL, then it should be redirect to base page. For that, I'm keeping blank only. Then here I need to provide the view name. So you can go to the views, then here you need to copy this views name, then go to the urls.py and paste here. That's it. For second one, if I'm entering the home, then then here views dot home. For the about, when I'm entering the about, then it should redirect to about page. For that, views dot about. That's it. Control S. Then for this Gridi, I'm going to maintain the URL at application level only. For that, right click, then new file, then urls.py file. Simply go to this file, first copy copy these things and paste here. Then based on our requirement we will modify this one. Then from Gridi import views and remove these things. Then here when I am entering the course, it should redirect to course page. This is views.course. Control S. Then we need to include this one inside the main URLs files. For that, go to the main URLs file which is created at the project level. See, inside the my project one urls.py file is created below the settings.py file. Here we need to include, for that include, then copy this one, paste, then inside the Gridi, here, then inside the Gridi include, URLs, gridi.urls, that's it. Control S. Then open the command prompt, then Control C, then up arrow to see the previous command, then run this project, then copy this URL, open the browser and let's paste again. So here we are getting error, template does not exist. So let me check. Here I have did one spelling mistake. If you see this is the templates, and inside the settings.py file here is templates. So let me correct my spelling. For that, right click, then rename, then same I need to do for the my app also. So right click, then rename, that's it. Now Control S, then go to the command prompt. We need to run this project again. For that, up arrow, enter, then copy the URL, then paste here. Yeah, this is base page template. So here I forgot to tell you one thing. So whatever spelling Django have written here for templates, the same we need to write here also, otherwise we will get error. So here you can see we have successfully redirected to base page. Then if here I am passing the home, then it should redirect to home page. This is home page. Let me check for the about page also. One second. About. Yeah, you can see we are able to navigate all the pages. Then go to the Visual Studio Code. So let me add few more things. Go to the base.html. But before that, let me check for the course also. For that, what URL we have defined? Gridi. Then after Gridi, course. Then slash course. This is Django project. Now I'm going to add few more things inside the HTML page. For that, go to the base.html page. Here I want to take one nav bar. For that, we have a tag nav. Yeah. Then here I am going to take one anchor tag. Then here I want to pass home. Then copy the same. Then paste. Then one more time. Then in place of home I am taking about. course, and for right now leave this href as a blank only, then control s, then go to the command prompt, control C, then up arrow. Here I'm using the control C to terminate the current running project, and then I'm using the up arrow to see the previous command. Then enter, then copy the URL, open the Chrome and paste here. You can see home, about, course. This three option is showing here. So when I'm clicking on home, it's nothing happening. Same for about also and course also, because right now I have not defined any URL for these things. So right now I'm inside the base page. For that, here in title you can see this is the base. Let me show you for the home also. For the home, in title you can see this is the home, and same I have did for the about also. For about also you can see this is about page, and in title you can see about. Now see this home, about and course, this is the new bar. And if you have basic idea of programming, or if you have seen any website, you have found this home, about, course, these things common in all page. So for that I need to implement these things for all the pages. Even it's a home page, view page, or any page, all the options should be shown there. For that, open the course.html page, and here also we need to paste same thing. Then we have to do for the remaining also, which is about and home. Then inside the my project, inside the about, we need to copy paste same thing, and inside the homes.html page also we need to copy paste same thing. Control S, then go to the command prompt, then control C to terminate the current project, then up arrow, then enter. Then go to the browser. Here you can see for the base it's showing home, about, course, and this is base page template. Then let me show you for the home page. For home also this things is coming, and this is home page. Then let me show you for the about. This is title about, and this is about page, but in about page that tag is not showing. Let me check. Where is our about page? About page. Control S. Let me say one more time. Yeah, it's showing successfully. But this is the normal way or general way. So if you see our code, this is for about.html. We have write this much of code. For the base.html also we have write this much code, and for course also we have write this much code. So this, if you observe, almost most of the code we are writing again and again. It means we are increasing the length of the code, and we are decreasing the readability of the code, and we are also increasing the development time. So this is not a good way to write each and every code again and again. So this is not a right way to write same code again and again. To avoid these things, Django provides Django template inheritance. With the help of the template inheritance, we can write the code once, and we can, if required, we can use that same code in another HTML page. So let me show you how we can achieve that things. For that, remove this. For that, only keep this base.html file and remove course and remove all other HTML code, then control S. Then same do for the about, remove this all code, then control S. Then home.html, remove all this code. Now without writing again and again same code, I am going to achieve the same functionality what I have shown up to you this point. Here same thing I'm going to do without writing the same code again and again. So that things we will do with the help of template inheritance concept. For that, go to the Visual Studio Code. Now right now I'm inside the home.html page. Then here I want to extend or inherit my base.html page, because that base.html page having the code which is I required for the home.html also. For that I need to extend base.html page. Then let me show you how we can extend base.html page or any page whatever you want to extend. For that we have a keyword extend, extends, enter. Then here we need to provide the path or location of the file which you want to inherit. So if you see the base.html page which is inside the templates, then base.html file. So up to templates our Django already know. I already told you up to templates our Django know. Then remaining path we need to provide. So remaining path is base.html. So here we need to type base.html. That's it. Control S. Then simply copy this one and do the same thing for the about also. Paste here. Then same do for the course also. Control S. That's it. We no need to write again and again same code. So up to this we have did. Then control S. Then open the command prompt. Then control C to terminate the current execution of the program or project. Then up arrow to see the previous command, or if it is not coming you can type manually python manage.py run server. This is a command we are using to run the Django project. Then enter. Yeah, here you can see our project is running successfully. Simply copy this one, open any browser and paste. Here you can see home about course. This is base page template, and in title you can see base. But let me show you for the home also. In home also it's showing home about course and this is page template. But if you see it is a home page, but for that also it's showing base only in title. So we will work on this part. First let me show you for the about also. Yeah, for about also you can see home about course is showing. Yeah, for about also it's showing home about course and this is base page template. But if you see in all page it's printing same thing. This is base page template, this is base page templates for home also, for about also, and also printing the same thing which is home about course. Then let me show you for the our course. That Gridi slash then our course. For Gridi, for our course also it's showing same thing, home about course, this is page template. So based on our page we need to modify these things, but I want to keep this one same only, and I want to change this title name also. So let me show you in Visual Studio Code. Here go inside the base.html. Here you can see inside the title we have written base, and we are inheriting this base.html file in all another HTML file. Because of that only, for all other also it's printing base only. So this title name should be changed page to page. That is one thing. So first let me work on this thing. Simply see whatever is the dynamic things. For that we have one block tag. We need to write inside the block tag whatever is the dynamic things, and whatever is the fixed we need to do hard code. For example, this document type HTML length, this head, this body HTML, all are the static fields. So we need to hard code what we have already did. But this title should be changed page to page. For that we need to write this dynamic content inside the block. So simply copy, Control X, cut this one, then type block, then paste here. Then here you need to provide the name of the block. So in my case I'm giving title only, and here also, yeah. So this should be dynamic content. Because of that only I have written inside the block. Now go to the home.html page. Now here I can do two things. I can use whatever my base.html page having for the title, or I can use my own title what I want. For that, go to the base.html page and copy this block and paste inside the homes.html page. And here, based on your requirement, you can modify this one. For example, for home page I want home only. That's it, Control S. Then same I'm going to do for the about also. Then paste here. Then for about I want about. Control S. Then same do for the course also. Control V. Then for course it should be, for example, I want to show Django. That's it, Control S. Open the command prompt, then Control C to terminate this one. Then python.manage.py run server. Enter. Copy this URL. Go to the browser and paste here. So right now we are inside the base page. For that it's showing this is the page template. For this is showing this is the base page template and home about course. Let me show you for the home. See, for home in title it's showing home only. Okay, but here it's showing this is page template. So let me show you from where this is coming. Go to the Visual Studio Code, then go to the home.html page. No, go to the base.html page. Here you can see in h1 tag we have written this page, this is base page template, but based on the page it should be changed. It means this content is also dynamic content. For that you already know what we have to do. Control X, then here also take one block, then give the block name. For example, I'm giving content. Then here paste, then copy this one and paste here also. This is syntax: block, then block name, then end block, then block name. So here I have written this is base page template. Then simply copy this code, then go to the course.html page, paste here, then Control S, then do the same things for home and about also. Click on about.html page, then paste here, then Control S, then same for the home.html page. Control S to save these things. Now based on page it should be changed. For example, I am home.html page, then it should print this is home page. Home page. Control S, then do the same thing for the remaining also. This is course page, then about page, yeah, done. Then open the command prompt, Control C, it's showing some warning, so let's copy this migrate command, Control C, then Control C, then Control V, once again copy this one, then paste here, enter. I'm running this command because it's showing some error. No, not error, it's showing some warning. So because of that only I'm simply running this one. Yeah, it's running all the required files. Then run the Django project. For that, python.manage.py run server. Copy the URL, open any browser and just paste it. For the base templates, it's showing base template, which is okay. Let me check for the home. For home, you in title you can see it's showing home, and here also it's showing this is home page. Let me check for the about. Yeah, in title it's showing about, and here also showing about page. Let me show you for the course also. Course Django, and this is course page template. So I hope you have clearly understand what is the benefit of the Django templates. Now I'm going to show you few more points. For example, inside the base.html page, you have written something for the title. You have written, for example, base, and consider you have not writing anything inside the home.html page. Let's remove this one. Let's remove this one. Control S, then go to the browser, refresh. Let me show you for the home. See, for home here you are getting base. Go to the home page. Here you have not mentioned anything explicitly for the title. So my point is that if you are not going to maintain anything for the dynamic content which is written inside the base page, then whatever written inside the base page it will consider for your child page also. For example, in base.html page, you can see for the title we have mentioned base. Let me change here. Let me type other. Then Control S. Then here. Yeah, you can see whatever we have written inside the base template, same title is coming for another page also. But if you check for the other page, for example, about. For about, you can see here it will show about only. One second, let me restart the server again. Control C. Copy the URL. Let me show you for about. For about you can see here about showing. Why? Because if you see in the code for the about.html page, we have explicitly mentioned the title. So the point is that if you are not going to mention any dynamic thing for your child page, then it will automatically take the parent one, whatever written inside the parent page. This is one case. Then there might be few person like to use some characteristic or some features of the base parent and some from the itself. For that, let me show you how we can achieve. For that, for example, you want to the content of the base page also and your itself also. Then inside the base.html page, you have written this is the base page template. This is the base page template, and inside the homes.html page, you have written this is the home page template. For example, if you want to use this base page template h1 tag also and your also, for that let me show you how we can do. For that, inside the particular block we need to type super. So this is our syntax, block.super. So inside the particular block we need to type block.super. For that, block.super, this is the command to inherit the base.html page content and as well as your content also. So Control S, then open the command prompt, Control C to terminate the running project, then run again server. Let me show you for the home. Yeah, you can see in home it's showing both. This is the base page template, this is the home page template. So this is the second case in which if you want to use your base page data as well as your page data. So this is the approach to achieve these things. Hi, in last video we have seen what is the template inheritance. Now in this video I am going to show you what is the template tags for URLs and what is the template filters. So before going to start, let me show you whether we have end up last video. So if you remember, we have created this page and we have seen all possible cases for the Django template inheritance. But if you remember in last video, these fields were not working. So in this video, I'm going to show you with the help of template tag URL how we can make working these URLs and how we can navigate from one page to another page with the help of these URLs. So let's start. Open the Visual Studio Code. Go to the base.html. Let me show you from where that option is coming. See, home, about, course. From there, we are getting this three option. So my target is that make working this URL. So with the help of this URL, we can navigate from one page to another page. So go to the Visual Studio Code. Here, we can achieve the same functionality what we have discussed with the help of HTML anchor tag also. So first I'm going to show you how we can achieve the same thing with the traditional way. Then I will show you how we can do the same thing with the help of Django template tag URL. And I will also tell you why we should use the template tag URL over the our normal HTML anchor tag. So first I will show you how we can achieve the same things with the help of HTML anchor tag. For that, go to the urls.py file. So if you remember, for this home about course, we have defined URL at the project level. So inside the my project, this my project is nothing but my project name. Then inside this we have one file urls.py file. So if you remember, we have written our URL here. So simply copy this home and go to the base.html and here paste after the slash. Then same thing we need to do for the remaining also. So let me do for remaining. Copy the about, then paste inside the base.html, and for the last one, which is our Gridi, copy this one and paste in base.html page. Control S. Now Control S. Click below. Control C to terminate the current running of the project. Then up arrow to see the previous command. Then copy the URL and open the browser. Simply paste here. Then check whether it's working or not. If I'm clicking on home, it should be redirect to home page. So let me check. See, when I'm clicking on home, it is redirecting to home page. Let me check for about. Yeah, see, for about also it's working fine. Then let me check the course. But you can see for course it's not working. Let me tell you why. Go to the base.html page. Here you can see in URL we have mentioned Gridi, but this Gridi is not a complete URL. We need to specify the remaining URL also. So for Gridi, go to the Gridi app. Inside the Gridi app you have urls.py file. Then here you have mentioned course. Simply copy this one, then go to the base.html page, which is inside our my app. Then slash and paste here. Now this is complete. Then Control S to save this project. Then Control C to terminate this project. Then up arrow to see the previous command. See, I'm not going to repeat the same step to run the Django project again and again. Then you have to understand what I'm doing. So enter. Then go to the browser. Refresh it. Yeah. Let me check for the home. For home it's working. Then check for about. About is working. Then check for course. See, for course also it's working. For about it's printing about page. For course it's printing course page. For home it's printing home page. And if you remember why this is printing, because in last video we have seen these things, how to achieve this thing also. This is coming from base page. This is the general way to navigate from one page to another page with the help of anchor tag. But it is not recommended to use this way. But this is not recommended to use this way. to achieve this functionality or navigation functionality. Let me tell you why. Go to the Visual Studio Code and here, for example, in future you want to change your URL. At that time it become very hectic to you to change your URL at each and every location where you have mentioned. For example, here you have mentioned home. In future maybe you want to change as a home page. Then let me save it, run the project, then refresh the browser. See, when I'm clicking on home, I'm getting error because I have changed the URL for the home page. So if you want to make work this page, for that you need to change your URL in urls.py file also. Then go to the urls.py file and here also you need to change your URL. Then Control S to save the project, then refresh the browser. Yeah, now you can see it's working fine for home page. See, URL is changed. So if you are working on a big project and in future it is required to change the URL, then for you this task become very hectic because you have to change the URL in your base file as well as your URLs file. Right now we are working on a very small thing, so you can say, yeah, we can simply change from into the base page and into the urls.py page. But in organization we have to work on big project. There we are using the same fields at lots of places, so it's become very hectic to change these things. To avoid such type of things, we have Django template URL. So let me show you how we can achieve the same things with the help of template URL. So go to the urls.py file and here let me make it as previous. Yeah. Then here we have to simply take one attribute which is name. Name, and we need to pass any name to this particular location. For example, for this home page, I want home page name. Simply I'm going to do for the remaining also. Simply copy this one. Then in place of home page, I'm writing about page. Control S. Then go to the base.html page and remove these things. Remove this one also. Yeah. So here type URL, enter. Then here I need to pass the name, whatever I have taken inside the urls.py file. So go to the urls file. For home, you have taken name. Simply copy this one, home page. Then come to the page.html page. Inside the single quote, paste it. That's it. Our home page is ready. Let me do for the remaining also. Here also type URL. Then copy whatever you have written here. Then paste inside the base.html for the about. Control S. Right now I'm not doing for the course. So first let me show you for the home page and about page. Then refresh the browser. Once again. Yeah. So I have modified for the home page and about page. So let me click on home page. See, if I'm clicking on home, it's working fine. Let me show you for the about. Yeah, for about also it's working fine. For course, I have not defined. Let me define for the course also. Go to the base.html page. Then before going to a base.html page, you should go to the URLs file which you have maintained for the course. So if you remember, inside the Gridi, we have one course.html page. So if you remember, inside the Gridi we have maintained urls.py file for the course. Here we have written course. Then here also we need to take the same attribute, which is name. Then here we need to mention the name, whatever we want. For example, I want core. That's it. Control S. Then go to the base.html page, which is inside the my app base.html page. Yeah. Then here you need to simply take URL tag. Then inside that, in single quote, simply pass that name, which is code we have written inside the urls.py file, which is we are maintaining inside the Gridi app. Then control S. Then control S. Then go to the browser and refresh. So let me check whether for course it's working or not. Yeah, for course it's working. It's printing. This is the course page template. So let me show you how we can change this URL without affecting entire project or in the efficient way. So go to the Visual Studio Code and then go to the urls.py file. Yeah. For example, in future you want to change this home as anything, whatever you want. And for about also anything, and for Gridi also. Then control S. Go to the browser and refresh. Once again. Yeah. Then click on home. See, you have changed the URL. Whatever you have mentioned in url.py file, it's showing here. But it's working fine. Then let me check for the about. For about also it's working. Then let me check for the course. For course also it's working. So here what I'm trying to show you. In future, if you are changing anything in your URL, it will not require to change again and again in more places. So this is very a good way and very efficient way to write the URLs for your pages. So this is because we are using the template URL. So next I'm going to tell you what is the template filters. So for that, go to the Visual Studio Code, then go to the views.py. For that, go to the views.py file. You can use any views. Either you can use Gridi views and my app views, whatever you want. In my case, I'm using my app views. So comma, then take one dictionary and pass the key and value. For example, I'm giving key name, then value for this key Durgesh. That's it. Control S. Then go to the base.html page and here take one. For that, double curly bracket. Then inside that we need to pass the name. This name is nothing but our key, what we have written inside the views.py file. This one. Here if you are taking any another thing, for example you are taking, for example here you are taking first name, then same thing you need to pass inside the base.html page here. That's it. Then control S, then run your project again. For that, control C, then up arrow to see the previous command. Yeah, copy the URL, paste here. Enter. See, Durgesh is showing on the base page. So here we are going to use the template filter. With the help of template filter, we will modify this one as per our requirement. So let me show you how we can achieve the same functionality. Go to the base.html page. Then for example, you want to print that Durgesh name in upper letter. For that, take one pipe symbol, then type upper. That's it. Control S. Go and refresh the browser. See, this Durgesh is printing in capital. There is a, let me show you one more thing. For example, you want to add something after my first name. So for that, then semicolon, then inside the single quote, whatever you want to add. So for example, after the first name, I want to add Yadav. That's it. Control S, then open the browser, copy before that, run the project, then copy the URL and paste inside the browser. See, after Durgesh, Yadav is printing. Let me modify it. For example, I want space, then Control S. See, space is coming. For example, now I want to these things in upper case. So I have already told you how we can achieve that things. For that, again pipe, then upper. That's it. Control S, then go to the browser and refresh. See, Yadav coming in upper case. For example, you want in title case, so you can type title. Control S, then refresh the browser. See, this is coming in title case. So this is what I want to show you, how we can filter our data with the help of template filter. So this is the theory about template filter. You can see in template file, the injected data can be displayed by using the template tag. So if you remember, this is the syntax to take the template tag, this double curly bracket. Before displaying to the end user, if we want to perform some modification to the injected text, like cut some information or converting to title case or anything else, then we should go for the template filter. So here are the syntax. How we can filter the template tag data. And if you want to see all the template filters, you can visit to this URL. There are tons of built-in filters are available. So let me quick revise what we have did in this video. Go to the Visual Studio Code. Here first we have seen what is the template tag URL, then we have seen the template filter, and in last video, if you have remember, we have seen what is the template inheritance. These all are comes under the advanced template concept. So thank you so much for watching my video. Please like and subscribe. Bye. Hi, in this video we are going to see the CRM project, which is we are going to develop in the Django framework. So here we are going to cover all the basic things which is required for any website. So let me show you the agenda. See, here we have this 14 point. We are going to cover all these 14 point in this video. For example, first we will see how we can create the Django project. Then we will see how we can create the login page, logout page, registration page, fetch record, delete record, insert record, update record. Then we will see how we can import and export the data in the Django project in different file format such as CSV, Excel, JSON. Then we will see how we can upload the image file in the Django. After that, we are going to see how we can do the email verification of the user at the time of user creation, or you can say registration. After that, we are going to see the forget password functionality, and at last we are going to see the change password functionality. So all these basic things we are going to develop in this project. So before going to start, like and subscribe. For that, open the command prompt, cmd. Then I want to create one empty folder over the desktop. For that, I need to navigate to the desktop location. So for that, cd, then desktop. Now I'm inside the desktop location. Here I want to create one empty folder for my Django project. So to command the create the empty folder, mkdir. This is stand for make directory. Then we need to provide the directory name, what we want to give. For that, I'm giving Django CRM project. Enter. If you go to the desktop, here you can see one Django CRM project MP folder is created. So let me close this one. Then again go to the command prompt. Then our next step to install the virtual environment. So it is highly recommended to create the Django project inside the virtual project, because when you create multiple Django project in the same system and same environment, there might be chance they affect each other because of version issue and some other issue. So I will recommend you, before going to start Django project, first create the virtual environment for that particular Django project. So before going to create the virtual environment, we need to install the virtual environment. Then to install the virtual environment, we have a command pip install, then virtual env. This is the command to install the virtual environment. Then enter. In my case, I have already installed the virtual environment. Because of that only it's showing requirement already satisfied. In your case, if you are installing the first time, it will install all the required packages for the virtual environment. After installing the virtual environment, our next step to create the virtual environment. So to create the virtual environment, we have a command virtual env. Then we need to specify the virtual environment name. Here you can give any name. In my case, I am giving Gridi. In place of Gridi, you can give your name also, whatever you want. Then enter. Yeah, you can see created virtual environment. So after successfully creating the virtual environment, we need to activate this virtual environment. For that, we need to go to the script location, which is inside your virtual environment. For that, go to cd, then whatever your virtual environment name. In my case, this is Gridi. Then type Gridi. Then after that, go inside the script, which is inside the Gridi. So type cd, then script. Now I'm inside the script. Here we need to run one command, which is activate. So simply type activate to run the or to start the our virtual environment. Let me type activate. If your virtual name is showing at the start of the location, it means you have successfully started your virtual environment. So you can see that Gridi, which name I have given at the time of creation of the virtual environment, it's showing at the starting. It means my virtual environment is ready or start. So our next step to install the Django. But I want to install my Django inside the folder whatever we have created for the desktop. For that, go to the desktop location. For that, cd dot dot. This is a command to come one step back. Then again cd dot dot. Now you can see I'm inside the desktop location. Now go to the particular folder which we have created over the desktop. For that, cd, then that folder name, which is Django CRM project. Then enter. Now we are inside that particular folder. Then we need to install the Django. For that, we have a command pip install Django. Before going to install the anything, make sure you have net connectivity, otherwise you will get error. So enter. So here you can see Django installed successfully. Here showing the Django version 4.2.2. Otherwise, you can also check what is the Django current version. For that, we have a command python hyphen m django hyphen django hyphen version. So you can see 4.2.2 it's showing, which is our Django version. Then in this project, I'm going to use the Oracle database. For that, I need to install the CS Oracle. If you are not going to use the Oracle database and you want to use the inbuilt database, which is SQLite 3, then no need to install the CS underscore Oracle. But I want to connect this project to the Oracle database. Because of that only, I'm going to install the CS underscore Oracle package. So let me show you how we can install. For that, we have a command pip, then install, then cx underscore Oracle. With the help of this only, we can connect to the Oracle database. Then enter. We have successfully installed the CX Oracle. Now our next step to create the Django project. For that, we have a command python -m django start project. Then we need to provide the project name. For example, in my case, I am giving Django CRM project. So if you go to that particular folder which we have created over the desktop, which is nothing but Django CRM project, here you can see one folder is created with the name of Django CRM. This is nothing but our Django project. Then again go to the command prompt. Then go to this particular folder which is Django CRM. Now I'm going to create the application for our project. So we already know how to create the application. For that, we have a command python manage.py start app, then our application name. For example, I'm giving my CRM. You can give any name, whatever you want. Then enter. Then I'm going to run our Django server. For that, we have a command python manage.py run server. Now you simply copy this URL, then open any browser and paste here. If you are getting this page, it means you have successfully created Django project and it's up and running. So let's start the coding for our project. Open the Visual Studio Code. Close this one. Our project is showing here. If it is not showing, then go to the file, then open folder, then go to the particular location where we have created the project. So if you have remember, over the desktop I have created Django CRM project. You need to only select this folder and select folder. That's it. It will open here. Our next step to install our application inside the settings.py file. For that, open the settings.py file. Go in install app. Here, if you remember, we need to install or register our application name. So in my case, it's my CRM. Control S. Then after that, I have already told I am going to use the Oracle database. For that, I need to configure the database credential inside the database. So simply remove this one, because I'm not going to use the SQLite 3, which is default database. See, if you are not going to use the Oracle database and you want to use the SQLite 3 database, then you don't need to do anything or any configuration here. But as I told, in my case, I'm going to connect with the Oracle database. For that, inside the database, we need to mention our database credential. For that, you can open your SQL developer, go to the desktop, then open your SQL developer. It will take few minutes, so please wait. From here we will get the database credential. The same credential we need to mention in the settings.py file. So let's do it. Then right click on your database, then go to the last, there is one property, click on that. After that, here you will get database credential. So go to the Visual Studio Code, and here we need to specify the credential. Copy this line, Control C, then paste one more time. Now change this one. This will be our username, for that user. Then this will be our password. Yeah, let me remove these things. Then same do for this one also. For this one also. Here we need to specify our DB credential. Then enter the name. Here we need to mention the host name. In my case, my host name is localhost. Go to the SQL developer, then copy this host name, then come to this Visual Studio Code and paste, then semicolon. Then we have to mention the port number. For that, go to the SQL developer, copy this port number and paste. After that, we need to specify our SID name. So go to the SQL developer and copy this SID name and paste here. That's it. Now we are working on Oracle database. So for that, let me add here is Oracle. Then here we need to specify the username. So simply go to the SQL developer and copy the username. In my case, this is the system. So paste here. Then we need to enter the password. So in my case, I have kept the password tiger. So let me type TIGER. Yeah, that's it. Then Control S to save the project. After then press Control C to terminate the current execution of the project. Then we have a command python manage.py migrate. If you are not getting any error after running this migrate command, it means you have successfully connected your Oracle database with the Django project. Then our next step to create the super user for our Django admin page. So if you have remember, I have already shown you how to create the Django super user. Now I'm going to create the super user for my Django project. So if you remember, in my previous videos, I have already shown you how to create the super user. So let me create here also. For that, we have a command python manage.py create super user. Here we need to pass the username, whatever we want. For example, in my case, I want Gridi. Then email ID is the optional, you can skip. Then password you need to pass compulsory. Then Gridi. And in again password, I'm also giving same thing. Gridi. So it's showing some warning like your password is too weak, whether you want to continue or not. Then you can type Y. Yeah, super user created successfully. Then I want to check whether this super user is working or not, or with the help of this super user whether I'm able to log in or not. Before that, you have to run the Django project. For that, you can use the up arrow. With the help of this up arrow, we can see the previous command. Then enter. Then copy this URL here. Then to navigate the admin page, /admin. Here we need to pass the username and password what we have created over the command prompt with the help of python manage.py create super user command. So in my case it's a Gridi, then password also Gridi. Login. Yeah, successfully I'm able to log in. Now go to the Visual Studio Code. Now start the coding for our project. For that, inside the my CRM, I'm going to create the HTML files inside the templates. So I hope you already know how to create the templates. And anyhow, I'm going to develop this project from the crash only. So even if you don't know the basic concept of the Django also, you can continue this video because I'm going to cover from the scratch. So for the HTML pages, we required one template folder. So let me create the template folder. So if you remember, previously we are creating the template folder inside the project. But in this case, I'm going to create the templates folder inside the application level. So click on your application name. In my case, this is my CRM. Then right click, then new folder, then give the name templates. And the name should be same. All the spelling should be same only. Otherwise you will get error. This is the inbuilt name. Just templates. Enter. Then inside the templates, I'm going to create my HTML files, whatever we required. So first I'm going to create the base.html page. For that, new file, then base.html. Then second file I required home.html. For that same, click on templates, then new file, then give the name home.html. And one more thing, for this my CRM, which is our application name, I'm going to maintain URLs at the application level only. For that, right click on my CRM and new file, which is urls.py. urls.py. Now go to inside the base.html page. Let's check whether these are properly working or not. For that, take one heading tag, which is h1 tag, then write something here. For example, welcome to base page. That's it. Control S to save this one. Remember, in my previous videos, when we are creating the templates at the project level, we need to install or we need to specify the path of that templates inside the settings.py file. But here we no need to required when you are maintaining the templates at the application level. But one thing we need to check inside the settings.py file. So go to the inside the settings.py file. Here inside the templates, this app_dirs option should be true. If it's not true in your case, make sure this should be true, otherwise you will get error. This is indicating that your template sits at the application level. So internally our Django will be detect our templates. No need to specify the address or location or any path. And whatever folder name we have given, which is nothing but this one only, templates. Because of that only I told you the spelling should be same, whatever I have given here. So that's it, and here should be true. Then go to the base.html page. Here we have written one heading, hello, welcome to the base page. Then we need to create the views to render this page over the browser. So go to the views.py file, which is inside the application. Our application name is my CRM. Here we have a views.py file. Here we need to define the views. Then create view to render our base page. For that, def, then views name. For example, I'm giving home. Then default parameter request. Then semicolon. Then return render. Here we need to specify our page name where we want to render. So first default parameter request, comma, then our page name, which is base.html. That's it. Control S. Then we need to maintain the URL for this view. For that, if you remember, inside the application, which is my CRM, we have created urls.py file. Here we need to maintain the URL. Before that, go to the urls.py file, which is at the project level, which is our project Django CRM, and inside the Django CRM we have one urls.py file. Copy this one and paste in urls.py file, which is our application level. I want to import the views. For that, from my application, which is nothing but my CRM, import views. That's it. Blank views dot our views name. So if you remember, inside the views.py file we have given name, which is home. Simply copy this one, then come to the urls.py file and paste here and remove this one. Here we have kept blank. It means when we are not passing any URL, it should redirect to the home page. And give name to this link. That name equals to home. Here you can write whatever you want to write. This is nothing but simply name of this URL. In future we are going to use this one. Control S. Yeah, done. Then we need to maintain the urls.py file, which is at the project level. Here also we need to first import the views. For that, from my CRM, which is nothing but application name, import views. That's it. And here we need to specify the location up to urls.py file, which is inside the application. Paste here. Then here we need to specify the application name, which is in my case my CRM. Simply copy this one and paste here. Then one more thing, here I need to import the include. Then remove this one and type include. And inside the round bracket I need to write the location of the my urls.py file, which is inside the my application, which is nothing but my CRM. So in my CRM dot urls, this is the complete location or address of the urls.py file, which is inside the my CRM dot urls. See, inside the my CRM we have a file urls.py. That's it. Control S and run the Django server. For that, go to the command prompt. Here name equals to home is not defined, and we are getting errors inside the urls.py file, which is inside the my CRM. urls.py file. This should be inside the single quote. That's it. Control S, then go to the command prompt. Yeah, it's running successfully. Simply copy this URL, go to the browser and paste here. Then type /my CRM. Welcome to the base page. Yeah, it means we have successfully connected our templates to the Django project, or you can see we have successfully connected our HTML page to the Django. So let me show you hereafter what we have created. One empty folder over the desktop with the help of mkdir command. After that we have installed the virtual environment. Then we have created the virtual environment. After that we have activated that virtual environment. After that we have navigated inside that empty folder what we have created over the desktop. Inside that folder we have installed the Django. For that we have used the command pip install Django. Then here the command to check the Django version also, which is python-m Django version. After that we need to after that I have told you I'm going to connect this project with the Oracle database. For that I have used this command to install the CS Oracle. With the help of this package we can connect to the Oracle database. After installing the CS_Oracle packages, I have created one Django project. The command to create the Django project is python-m Django start project, then Django CRM. This Django CRM is nothing but our project name. In place of Django CRM, you can give any name. After that, we have navigated to that particular location, which is Django CRM. Then we have created one application. For that we have a command python manage.py start app, then application name. Here you can give any name, whatever you want. After that we have run our Django project. After successfully creating the Django project, our next step to install the application inside the installed app. So if you remember, our application name is my app, my CRM, which we need to register or install inside the install app, which is inside the settings.py file. After that we have provide the DB credential inside the database, which is inside the settings.py file. So if you have remember, all these steps we have did inside the settings.py file. After that we need to run one migrate command to check whether our database is connected or not. After running this command, if you are not getting any error, it means you have successfully connected your Oracle database to the Django project. After that we have created one super user. To create the super user we have a command python manage.py create super user. Then here we need to pass the super user name. Here you can give any name, whatever you want. Email ID is the optional. Password you need to pass, and that's it. After that we have created one templates which is inside the application, and we have created base.html file, then home.html file which is inside the template folder. And if you have remember, we have created one urls.py file which is inside the my CRM. After we have written sample line to check whether it's showing over the browser or not. After that we need to create the views to render our HTML page. So these are the syntax how we can create the views. And after that we need to maintain the URLs. So inside the my CRM we have created one file urls.py. Then here we need to specify the path. After that we need to include this application level URLs file inside the project level URLs files. For that we have imported include, then we have also imported the views, and we have mentioned the path of our urls.py file which is at the application level. So here we need to specify the application name, then include, then application name, then our file name. So let's do remaining code for our project. Now I'm going to add the bootstrap to this page. For that, open the new tab and type bootstrap.com, then enter. Then here go to the docs, then inside the docs, inside the introduction, we have a link. Either you can copy the CDN link or you can directly copy the code of Bootstrap. So to copy the Bootstrap code, simply click here, then go to the Visual Studio Code, and inside the base.html, paste it. That's it. This is how we can add the Bootstrap to our Django project. Then let me modify this one as per my requirement. Control S, then open the command prompt and Control C to terminate the current execution of the program. Then up arrow to see the previous command, which is python manage.py run server. We are using this command to run the Django project. Then enter and copy this URL and go to the Chrome and paste here. Hello world showing. It means we have successfully added Bootstrap to our Django project. Go to the Visual Studio Code. Let me modify this one as per our requirement. So here I'm going to use the concept of inheritance. For that, let me remove this one. And as I already told in my previous video, whatever fields are going to change page to page, that we need to keep inside the block. For that, I'm going to take one block. We need to give the name of the block. For example, I'm giving content. We'll copy this one and paste here also. So the code which is going to vary page to page, that code we need to write inside the block only. So for example, here I'm taking one h1 tag and typing this is base page. This is base page. Control S, then go to the browser and refresh. It's showing this is base page. And now I'm going to extend this base page into my another pages. For example, I want to extend this base page code inside the home.html page. Then simply go to the home.html page, and here to extend the base.html page, we need to write extend. Then here we need to pass the page which we want to extend. In my case, for example, I'm going to extend base.html page. So I need to write the name of base.html page. For that, base.html. That's it. Then Control S. Right now we have not defined any URL for the home page. So go to the views.py file here, and in place of base, I'm going to update as the home HTML page. After refreshing also, it's showing this is base page only. So go to the Visual Studio Code and inside the home.html page, for example, you want to overwrite the content of the base page. For that, simply go to the base.html page and copy this one and paste in home.html page. So here, based on your requirement, you can modify this content. For example, for the home page, you want home. Control S. Then go to the browser and refresh. See, it's showing this is home page. Even in the base page, you have written this is the base page, but for home.html page, it's showing this is the home page. This is how we are overriding the content of the base page inside the child page, which is home.html page. Then this is the basic example of the template inheritance, and we are going to use this concept in this project. So next, I'm going to add the neo bar. For that, right click on templates, then new file, then give name neo bar. You can give any name, but in my case, I'm giving neo bar. That's it. And let me show you how we can copy the code for the neo bar from the Bootstrap. So simply go to the browser Here, search for the new bar, and inside the new bar you can select any new bar as per your requirement. Based on your requirement you can select new bar, and you can also modify that new bar. For that, in my case I'm going to select the new bar as per my requirement. So let's copy this one. This one is very similar to my requirement. Simply click here to copy, then go to the Visual Studio Code. Yeah, that's it. Then Control S, and this new bar we want to include inside the all the pages, and anyhow we are going to inherit the base.html page. It means if we include this new bar inside the base.html, ultimately it will reflect in all page. Why? Because anyhow at last we are going to inherit the base page only for common code. So instead of including this new bar in each and every pages individually, you can do one thing. Simply include this new bar inside the base.html page. For to include the new bar, we have a tag include. Then inside the include, here we need to pass the file name or page name which we want to include. So I want to include the new bar. For that I need to pass the name of the newbar.html page. Whatever name you have given to the file in which you are using the newbar code, that name you need to pass here. So let me pass newbar.html. That's it. Control S, then open the Chrome, then go to here and refresh the browser. Here we are getting some error like newbar.html. One second, let me check. One second, it should be newbar. That's it. Control S, then refresh this one. Yeah, see, new bar is showing. Now I'm going to modify this new bar as per my requirement. For that, go to the Visual Studio Code, and here inside the newbar.html page, for example, in if you see in the browser here showing new bar, home, features, pricing and disabled, but I don't want this thing. So based on my requirement I can modify these things. So let me modify. In place of new bar I want my brand name or whatever you want to show. For example, I want to show my project name which is Django CRM. Then Control S, and for example I don't want these things, the features, pricing, disabled, so remove it. Then Control S, then go to the browser and refresh. See, Django CRM and home is showing. Right now these things is not working. No link is associated with these things. So first let me change the color of the new bar. For that, go to the new bar, and here just remove this one. I don't want this one. Then simply to change the color of the new bar you can type, for example I want to change to background black. For that, bg underscore dark. Control S, then refresh. Yeah, our new bar color is changed, but this content is not visible properly. So let me change the color of this content also. For that, here take text dash bg dark, this one, and do the same for the home also. That's it. Then refresh. Based on your requirement you can choose any new bar or you can modify it as per your requirement. If you see the documentation for the new bar, here you will get different new bar option. So based on your requirement you can choose anyone. So we have seen how we have added the bootstrap to the Django project, and we have seen how we have added new bar to the Django project. So next I'm going to develop the login page. So let's start. Open the Visual Studio Code. Go to the home page and modify this home.html page. In place of this is home page, I want login. So remove this one and type login. Then take one form tag and type URL, and here we need to pass the name of the URL which we have given inside the urls.py file. That's it. Then take CSRF token, because without CRF token you cannot able to submit your data in the Django form. Then take input fields for our username and password, and class equals to form control. This is bootstrap class, and in place of name I'm taking username, and I don't require ID, and placeholder I'm taking username. Then same, copy this one and paste for the password also. Then in place of username type password, and for the placeholder also password. And I want this is mandatory, for that take required field. Go to the browser and refresh. Yeah, our field is showing. Let me add one login button. For that type button, and button value should be login, and take bootstrap class which is form control to add the style to this button, and button color should be secondary. As per your requirement you can choose anyone. In my case I'm taking secondary. That's it. Go to the browser and refresh. Yeah, button is showing, but let me add some space between the fields. For that take one br tag which is break line. For that br, take one more br tag. That's it. Go to the browser and refresh. Yeah, you can see space is added between the input fields. Now let me move this field in the middle. For that go to the Visual Studio Code and take one div class, and in div class we will define the size of the column. This is because we want our text in the middle. For that div, then in div we need to define the column size. In my case I am taking 4, column size 4. Then offset equals to offset 4. That's it. Go to the browser and refresh. Yeah, you can see our login form came in middle. Now next we need to define the functionality for the login button. For that go to the views.py file, and here we need to define the functionality to the our login button. If request.method equals to post, if request.method equals to post, type post. This should be in capital. Then take one variable username, and in this variable I am going to store the field what we are going to enter over the browser. So username equals to request.post, then copy this one and paste. For the password also copy this one and paste below, and in place of username type password. And in these fields we are going to capture the field which is we are going to store or we are going to enter over the browser. See, in the home.html page we have taken username. That username we need to enter here, and same for the password also. These fields user going to be enter at the time of login. So we are going to capture that field and store in this variable which is username and password. After that I'm going to validate whether it is valid or not. For that user equals to authenticate, users equal to authenticate. This authenticate it's a predefined by the Django. Then default parameter request, then I'm going to pass this username and password. This will be validated by the authenticated function, which is provided by the Django. So username equals to username and password equals to password. That's it. If user is not none, it means if user is returning something, then I want to log in. For that I'm writing if user is not none, then login. This login is the inbuilt function which is provided by the Django. So type as it is login, then default parameter request comma user. But before going to use this inbuilt login function, we need to import this login from the Django. For that, go to the up, and here we need to first import the login. After the importing the login, I am importing the message also, because I want to display some message after login the form or after going to the login page. And then type message dot success, then default parameter request comma whatever message you want to display after the login. Then for example, I want to display you have logged successfully. After that, I want to redirect to the home page. For that, first import the redirect comma redirect, then come below, copy this one and come below and type return, because after login I want to redirect to the home page. For that, return, then redirect. Then here we need to specify the URL where we want to redirect, or we need to specify the URL of the page. For example, here we have given name equals to home, then simply we need to type that home. That's it. It means after login it will redirect to the home page. Then else it means if user is not a valid or it not returning anything, at that time I want to display some another message like we couldn't found your account or user is not a valid, that kind of message. Yeah, that's it. Then I want to redirect to the home page only, because if you remember we are using the home page as a login page only. So even if user is not valid, I want to return to the login page only, so that he can log in with the valid user. Then if request is not a post, then it will go to the else part. And if request is not a post, it means user have not entered any data. So then also I want to move to the home page only. So it means he is going to be enter the username and password, he is not entered. Then also I want to redirect to the home page only. So now our code is done for the login page. So if you see, first we have checked whether it's a post method or not. If it is a post, then we have taken username and password from that post request and we have validated with the help of authenticated. Then we have checked whether it's returning anything or not. That's it. Then go to the home.html page, and here I want to add some condition, like if user is authenticated, at that time I want to display some messages. For that, let me take one if condition. If user is authenticated, if user dot is underscore authenticated, it means if user is logged in. After that, what I want to show, that things I'm going to write here. Take one h1 tag and type welcome to the home page, or whatever you want to display once the user login. So welcome to home page. Then this message will show to the browser only when the user is login. Without login, he will not able to see this message. After that, take one else block It means if user is not login, then what you want to show. So in my case, if user is not login, I want to show the login option. So copy this code and paste here. It means if user is login, it will show welcome to the home page. If not login, then it will show username, password and login button. So he can log in to that particular page. Then go to the base.html page and remove this one. And here I want to display the messages. If you remember, we have written one message function inside the views.py file. So if messages, then go to the views.py file. See, here we have taken messages function. So with the help of this message function, we can display the message over the browser. So if messages, then for each message in messages, I want to display that message here. For that, for each message in messages, display that particular message. That's it. Control S. Then go to the new bar, and here in place of home I want login option. So type login, and in URL we need to pass the URL which we have maintained inside the urls.py file. So if you remember, there we have written home. So simply type home, and this Django CRM, for this also I want to home page only. When I'm clicking on this Django CRM, it should redirect to the home page. For that I'm taking home here in the URL. Control S, then go to the browser and log in here with the valid user and password. For example, Gridi, and password also Gridi. Then click on login. After login, it's showing you have logged successfully and welcome to the home page. Now I want to add bootstrap functionality to our message, whatever we are displaying over the browser. For that, go to the browser and search for the alerts. And here, if you can see, many alerts option is showing. So based on your requirement or whatever you like, you can select any code or any alert code which you want to display over the browser when user is login. So I'm going to select this one because this is very similar to my requirement, or I like this one. So simply copy this one and go to the Visual Studio Code and go to the base.html page and paste here. Then let me modify this one as per my requirement. So remove this line, I don't require this one, and copy this message block and paste here. That's it. Then go to the browser and refresh it. Then log in with the username and password Gridi, and password is the Gridi. Then click on login. See, you have logged in successfully. This alert is showing. So this is how we can add the bootstrap functionality to our existing code. Go to the Visual Studio Code and copy this line and paste here, and in place of login write logout. Then go to the browser and refresh. Yeah, here you can see logout option is showing, but after login only logout button should be displayed. For that, go to the Visual Studio Code, and after login only I want to show the logout button. For that, I'm going to take one if block, and in if block I will check if user is authenticated, then only it should display the logout button. For that, simply copy this one. If user is authenticated, copy this one and paste here. And inside this if block, I'm going to paste my logout button code, because after login only you can log out. Let me close this F and here take one else block, because after if not login then it should redirect to the login option. Then go to the browser and refresh. Here you can see logout option is showing. Let me log out and then check what option is showing. For that, go to the admin page, type /admin to navigate the admin page and log out from here. Then let's check what option is showing on the home page. So for that, go to the home page. Here you can see login option is showing because we have logout. Then let me log in with my user ID and password. Then click on login button. See, after login it's showing logout option. This is the correct format. So now I'm going to write the view function for the logout button. Go to the views.py file and here we need to define the view function for our logout button or URL. So for that, first let me define one comment logout function, and here I'm going to create my logout function. Then here logout, then here login function, because I'm using home page as a login page only for that. Then come down, and to create the logout function it's very easy as compared to the login function. So let me create logout function dep, then logout function name. You can give any name, whatever you want. Then default parameter request. To create the logout function, we need to simply call the logout function, which is already provided by the Django. Go up and here you can see we have imported already logout function. Simply copy and paste here and type request as a parameter. Then after logout, I want to display some messages. For that, copy this message block and paste below. And let me modify this one as per my requirement. So one second. After that, go to the urls.py file because we need to maintain the URLs for our views. For that, copy this line and paste here and modify this one. For example, here logout, and after that go to the views.py file to copy the views name and paste inside the urls.py file. Then we need to give the name to this URL. So in my case I'm giving logout. You can give any name, whatever you want. Then go to the navbar page and inside the logout URL we need to map this name which is we have given inside the urls.py file. Then refresh the browser. Click on logout. See, you have been logged out successfully. It means our logout function is working. Let me log in with the random user and check whether it's throwing any error or not. You can see when I'm logging with the random user it's throwing error. Let me log in with the valid user, which is Gridi, and password also Gridi. Then click on login. You have been logged in successfully. Then click on logout. You have been logged out successfully. It means our logout function is working successfully. Let's create the form. Go to the Visual Studio Code and inside the application create one empty file which is forms.py file. Then here we need to import the three libraries. First we need to import the user, then second we need to import the user creation form, and third we need to import the forms. So let's import from django.contrib.auth.models import user. Then second import user creation form from the django.contrib.auth.forms import user creation form. Import user creation form. User creation form. Then next we need to import the forms. For that, from Django import forms. After that, let me add one comment, which is create form class. Create form class. Then here we need to create the class. So for that, class, then class name, whatever you want to give. In my case, I am giving sign up form. Then we need to inherit user creation form. By the inheriting, we are going to access all the features and properties of the user creation form. Then next we need to add the fields name, what we want to show over the display, over the browser. For that, let's create the fields. For example, name equals to forms dot, then type of the name field, which is care field. Then attributes, for example, I want to display the label also for this field. For that, label equals to, then label name, what I want to show, then comma, then widget. With the help of widget, you can add additional functionality to your fields. So widgets equals to forms dot text input, then attributes class. Copy this one and paste and modify this one as per our requirement. Next field will be email. Then field type, which is also email field. Then label also we need to change, which is email address. Then next, username, and label also change to username. After that, password 1, then password 2, and we need to change the label also according to that. So password, then confirm password, Then we need to define the meta class. For that, class meta. After that, we need to define the model name. So model equals to model name. So our model name is user. Then fields. Here we need to define all the fields what we want to display over the browser. For example, name. One second. Whatever field we want to display, we need to mention here. So name, email, then username, then password 1, and then password 2. Control S, then go to the views.py file. Here first we need to import the form class what we have created there. So from current directory, forms, import forms name. So our forms name is sign up form. Then here we need to define the view for our sign up page. So come down and create one function for our sign up page. So def register underscore user, then default parameter request, then come down, then forms equals to sign up form. Here I am creating the object of our sign up form. Then I am checking if request.method equals to post. If request.method request.method equals to post equals to post. Then again create the form object of the forms, but this time it will along with the data. Previously we have created without data, but this time we are going to create along with the data. So form equals to sign up form, then request.post. Let me arrange. Form. If form is valid, then form dot save. Here I am checking if the form data is valid, then I need to save this form. So for that we have a function save, and after that I want to display some message. For that, copy paste this one and modified as per your requirement. So let me modify this message, change this one, you have successfully registered, and after that it will redirect to home page. Else, when data is not valid, then it will go to the else part. For that, else, then copy the above message, copy this one and paste below, and let me change this one. It will redirect to the register page, and change the message also, change this one, like you have not entered correct data for registration. Else, then we need to provide else for the upper if, which is if request dot method is not post, then it will execute this else return this blank form. It means user have not entered anything, he has visited sign up page, and up to this point he have not entered anything. At that time it will return to the blank page. Copy this one and paste here, and we want to render to the register.html page. This page we need to create along with the blank form page. So form, this is the key in single quote, and the value for this also form. It means we will render to the register.html page along with this blank or empty form. Then we need to provide return statement for our def also. So simply copy this one and paste below, and remove this form because we don't want to pass anything. That's it. Control S. Then our next step to create the register.html page. Till now we have not created that page. So copy this register.html, go to the templates, right click, then new file, then paste here register.html page. We need to write here our register.html page code. Simply copy this code and paste here and modify as per our requirement. I don't want this field, remove this one. Then in place of login I want register, then I don't want this URL also because this is for home page, so remove this one. Then remove this one also, I don't require that things. This one, yeah, and this one also. Now go to the navbar and copy this line, copy this one and paste here, and I'm going to modify this one for register. Then remove this URL also, because we are going to define new URL for our register page. Copy this one and paste below. Then modify this one as per our requirement. So in place of logout, write register. Here you can give any path, whatever you want. So I am giving register. Then here we need to pass the view name, what we have created inside the views.py file. So copy this one, register.user, and paste here. Then we need to give the name to this URL. You can give any name, whatever you want. Then Control S, then go to the neobar.html and here pass the name, whatever you have given to the your URL. Then go to the register.html page and here also paste the name of your URL. After that, we need to add the key what we have created in the view and pass that key inside this curly bracket. Copy this key and go to the register.html page and pass here. Then refresh the browser. Yeah, our form is showing over the browser, but it is not showing properly. So let me change. First, let me change this login to register. Then go to the forms.py file, and here we have did one spelling mistake. Here class should be form control, not from control. We have did one spelling mistake. So let me change this one and do for the email also, then for remaining also, password and password 1. Control S, then go to the browser and refresh. Yeah, here you can see our form is loaded successfully. So let me add one user, for example Sitaram. Then copy this one and paste below and give the email address @gmail.com. then username, then password. After that, confirm password. Then click on register. You have successfully registered. It means our register page is working. Close this one and try to log in with that user what we have created. So username and password I'm entering. Then click on login. You have logged in successfully. It means we are able to log in with the newly created user ID. Then here you can see that register button is very close to the field. So let me add one break to add some space. Then add here is one break tag. Then go to the browser and refresh. Yeah, here you can see the space is added between the fields and register button. Let me add one more record, but this time I am going to pass the password and confirm password different to check what kind of message it's showing, and after that I will customize that message as per the error. So let me enter the password. Then second time I'm entering the different password and trying to save or register. See, I'm getting one generic message, you have not entered correct data for registration, but I want specific message. For that, go to the Visual Studio Code and here copy this, go to up and copy this 2 line and come to the register.user function and modify this one as per our requirement. In this variable I am going to store or fetch the password 1 value and password 2 value. So I can validate that one. So let me modify this one. Password 1 equals to request.password1, then password 2 equals to request.post password 2, like that. So let me modify this one. Yeah, then come down and here add one else if block. Here I am going to check the condition for password 1 and password 2. So else if password 1 is not equal to password 2, at that time I want to show some customized message, not generic message. So let me change this message, and here I want to print like your password and confirm password, your password and confirm password are not same. That's it. Then Control S to save this one, and go to the browser and try to log in with the invalid password and confirm password, or different. So your password and confirm password are not same, like that you are getting the customized pop-up message. Let me close this pop-up message, and if you observe one point, our password and password confirm both are visible. It is highly recommended to your password and confirm password should not visible. For that, go to the Visual Studio Code, then inside the forms.py file, here we need to change the our widget. So in place of text input, we need to add password input. That's it. Then refresh and try to enter the password. See, now it's not visible. Then same, if you observe for the our login page, here also our password is visible. So this one also we need to make the dot form. For that, go to the home.html page, and in place of text type, enter password. That's it. Then refresh and try to log in. See, here also our password is going to convert into dot form. Now I'm going to create the model for our project. For that, go to the Visual Studio Code, then inside the models.py file, here we need to create the model class. For that, let's create the model class, then model name, whatever you want to give. I'm giving record, you can give any name. Then I need to inherit this class from models.model class, models.model. Basically, we are using the models in the Django to perform the DB related activity. Then next I'm going to take the fields for our database. For that, first I'm taking the create time, because I want create time equals to models.model, and the field type should be date time field. Then here I want to make this field auto. Now it means we no need to pass any value for this one, it will take automatically at the time of creation. For that, I am using the auto now add equals to true. So we need so we no need to provide any value manually for this field, it will automatically capture. Then second field, first name equals to models dot char field, and here we need to specify the max length of this field. For example, I'm taking 70. Then simply copy this one and paste. One more time. Then let me modify this one as per my requirement. So second will be this one will be the last name, then email, then password, then phone number, after that city, then state, then Control S, and after that we need to register this model inside the admins.py file. So let's register this models in the admins.py file. For that, admin.site.register, and here we need to pass the name of our model. So if you remember, our model name is record. Go to the models.py file and copy this name and paste inside the admins.py file. Then here we need to create one admin class. This admin class is basically we are going to use the for the display all the fields whatever we want to show. For that, create one admin class, then record. You can give any name for this admin class whatever you want, but we need to inherit this class from admin model admin. Then below here type list display, and we need to specify all the fields whatever we want to display over the browser or to the Django admin page. For that, specify the fields name. So simply copy this one and paste. Copy this entire thing from the models.py file and go to the admins.py file and specify all the fields name one by one here. So first, for example, created ad. For example, I don't want created ad. Then first name, then last name, then email, after that phone number, then city, after that state. These all field I want to show, because of that only I am mentioning all the field name here. Yeah, remove this one, Control S. Then we need to register this model admin class also inside the admin.site register. So copy this one and paste below, and here copy this model admin class name and add here. That's it. Then Control S. And one more thing, we need to import the model class also here. For that, from current directory models, import our model name whatever is. In my case, this is record, otherwise you will get error. That's it. Then Control S. Then go to the browser, and here we need to run two commands, make migration and migrate. This make migration is used to generate the SQL query, and the migrate command is used to execute that query. So for that, we have a command python manage.py make migration. With the help of this query, we will generate the SQL query, or you can say this will create the model, or in simple term you can say this will create one table inside the our database. Then second query will execute that SQL query to create that database. The query is python manage.py migrate, then enter. Yeah, if you want to see the SQL query, so with the help of SQL migrate command we can see the SQL query. So this is the command to see the SQL query. Then enter. See, create table and table name and all the fields what we have given. So this is the query generated by the Django. Then see, this is the our table name, my CRM underscore record. If you go to the database, open the database or SQL developer, wait for a second, it will take time. If you see, the same name table will be created inside the our Oracle database. So go to the our database, click here and search for the table name what we have created with the help of Django. So 1 second, it's loading. Yeah, then expand the table, then here search for the table name what we have created right now. Go down 1 second. See, my CRM underscore record. This is the table we have created with the help of Django or migrate command, because migration command is used to generate the SQL query and Sorry, make migration command is used to generate the SQL query and migrate used to execute that query. Go to the command prompt and run the Django server again. For that we have a command python manage.py run server. Then go to the browser and go to the admin page. Then here log in with the username and password, which is Gridi, and password also is Gridi. Then log in. See, our records model is showing here. Click on that records and click on add record. From here we can add the record. See, all the fields what we have mentioned inside the models.py file are showing here. So let me try to add one record and check whether this record is successfully saving or not inside the SQL developer. So let's provide phone number, then city Mumbai, after that state MH, then save. See data is saved. Now go to the SQL developer and check whether this data is saved or not. Here right select query, select star from, then table name, then enter. See, whatever data we have entered, it's showing here. It means our data is getting saved. Now now go to the admin page and try to add one more record and check whether this record is also showing or not. So last name Yadav, then email address kalpana@gmail.com, then phone number, then city Mumbai, then state MH, save. Then again go to the SQL developer and check. See, this record is also added successfully. It means we are able to save the data. See, all the fields whatever we have mentioned, it is displaying here. Now I want to display this data over the browser, not through the Django admin page. For that we need to define the view. Go to views.py file and here first we need to import our model. For that from current directory, dot means current directory. From current directory models, import the model. So our model name is record. Import record. Then inside the home function write record, take one variable records equals to record, which is our model name, dot object all. It means we are going to fetch all the objects of the record model and storing in the records variable. Then copy this records and go below and pass to the home.html page. So create one key and pass this records as a value, then go to the home.html page and simply inside the double curly bracket you need to paste that key, which is records. That's it. Then control S, then go to the browser and login. Gridi, username Gridi, then password also Gridi, then click on login. Yeah, see, our data is showing. You have logged in successfully and our record is showing object 1 and object 2. It is not showing in correct format. So let me modify this one and I'm taking one for loop, and inside that record in records, and I want to print one by one all the data. For that, take double curly bracket. Then we need to specify the field name one by one. For example, record dot whatever field you want to print. So refresh this one. See, this time also it's not showing in correct format whatever we want, because we need to specify the field name also. Dot, then whatever field name you want to show, go to the models.py file, and these are the fields name. So you can simply copy from there and paste here whatever you want. So copy this one and paste, copy this one, paste below. I'm going to do for the all the fields. Then go to the models.py file and select one by one all the fields. Then paste here. Then same for the email also. Email, then phone number, then paste here. After that, city, then copy one more time for the state, and copy this state and paste here. That's it. Then Control S and go to the browser and refresh. See, all the data is showing, but it is not showing in the table format. So we need to take one table tag to display the data in the proper table format. Go to the browser and search for the Bootstrap. From Bootstrap, we will copy the code for the table. Search Bootstrap. Get bootstrap.com. Then enter. Then click on second link. And here you can search for the table. From here we will get ready-made code for our table, and based on our requirement we can select the table. So simply copy this one and copy this one and go to the Visual Studio Code and paste here, and let me modify this one as per my requirement. So first I want the table head. So let me add table head, then last name, then email, then copy this one and paste for the remaining also. After email, phone number, these are nothing but the table head, what it will display over the browser. Then city, after that state, yeah, that's it. Remove this one, we not required this one. Control S, then go to the browser and copy the remaining code. This is the code for the table data. Paste here, and here also we need to modify this one as per our requirement. So here we need to print actual value what we want to display. So copy this one and paste here, that's it. Same we need to do for the all. Then do for the first name, Then for last name, these are the actual values or table data. Then do for the remaining also. Same for the phone name, phone number. Copy this phone number and paste here. Then city, at last state. Then copy this state. Yeah, copy this state and paste here. Paste here. Go to the browser and copy the remaining code, which is closing tag code, and paste inside the homes.html page. Paste here. Let me arrange this one. Yeah, and we need to add some, and copy this for loop. Below we have one for loop that we need to add here. So go below and copy this one, this for loop, because we want to print the data in multiple time. If there is multiple time, then print data that number of time. So for that, for each record in records, execute this table data and copy the copy this record. Remove this one, we don't require this one. Then go, then let me add one if condition. If record, then only it will execute this block. So let me add one if condition. If records, it means if records, then only execute this block. And let me arrange this if condition block. Yeah, and I don't want this one, remove this one. Let me arrange this one. And paste here, because our for loop is going to end here. And copy this and if, copy this one and print below the for loop. That's it. Then control S to save the file. Now let me add one BR tag to add some space between the fields. Then go to the browser and refresh the browser. See, table is added and our data is showing in the table format. First name, last name, email, phone number, city, state, and created data also showing. So these are displaying in the table format. Let's add ID also here. For that, go to the Visual Studio Code and inside the homes.html page, add one ID field also. Copy this one and paste above, and in place of created at, type ID, and below also we need to add the ID field. Come down, and here we need to add the ID fields. For that, copy this one and paste above, and in place of created at, type ID. This ID is the inbuilt provided by the Django. We no need to do any extra thing for this one. Control S. Then let me arrange this one second. Yeah, then Control S and go to the browser and refresh. See, ID column is also showing. Now based on your requirement or your choice, you can select the different table format from the Bootstrap. So simply go to the browser and search for the table, what kind of table you want. So whatever you want, you can copy from here and add in your HTML page. For example, I have copied one table format and pasted here. Then go to the browser and refresh. See how over is added to my table. Whenever I'm moving my cursor, it's showing some change. Add here records, one field. This records will be displayed over our data. Control S, then go to the browser and refresh. Yeah, records it's showing, but here some extra spaces is showing. So let me remove that space, remove this BR tag, then Control S and refresh the browser. Now it's okay. Now it's good. Then let me add some extra Bootstrap style to my table. For example, I want to change the header of my table, color of my heading table, color of my table head. For example, I want this dark table head. So copy this one and go to the Visual Studio Code and paste here in the table head. Yeah, paste here. That's it. Then go to the browser and refresh the browser. See, the table head is changed. Like that, we can apply different style to our table. Now, for example, I want to add the border of to my table. For that, copy this code and paste here. Simply paste here, or you can type also. It will work, not an issue. Refresh the browser. See, border is applied to the table. Remove this one. I don't require this one. It's not looking good. Then refresh the browser. 1 second. Yeah, now it's working. But here we have did one mistake. Our table header and the navbar both are showing in the same color. Let me add some space between the header and table header and the navbar. Here, take one BR tag, then Control S and refresh the browser. Yeah, now space is added. Then our next step 2, after clicking on ID, it should redirect to records page and show all the information of the records. Right now in this case there are very few records, so anyhow all the records are showing on the first page only. But I want to add some functionality, like after clicking on the add button, it should redirect to the another page and show detailed information of the user. Go to the inside the urls.py file. We need to make one URL and associate this URL to the ID, because if we want to, when we click on ID, it will redirect to the particular page and display all the data regarding that ID. So let me modify this URL. In the place of the register, I want record. So in the place of register, write record. Then along with record, I want to pass the ID also. So for that I am taking int is the data type, so explicitly we are defining here int. Then pk is the variable, and in the pk we are going to store the id, because based on id only we are going to display the data. And here we need to write the views name, so I'm typing customer data. Right now customer record. Right now I have not created this view. We need to create this view inside the views.py file. Then we need to give the name to this url. It is optional, but it is recommended you should give the name. So name also I'm giving record only. Then control s, then go to the views.py file, and here we need to create the views, which is customer record view, what name we have given inside the urls.py file. So def, let me add one comment, customer record, customer record. Then def, then view name what we have given inside the urls.py file. Copy this one and paste here. Then default parameter request, then primary key or pk what we have taken inside the urls.py file. This is the variable where we are going to store the id, and based on id we will display the data. Then take one variable name is customer record, equals to, then model name, because from which model we want to fetch the record. So if you remember our model name is record, so simply copy this record and like this, or you can copy this entire line and paste here, record.object.all. But in this case we don't require all data, we are required based on id. So for that we are using get, and we are going to pass that primary key which is pk. So id equals to pk, it means for particular id only we are going to fetch the record. Previously we are fetching for the all. Then after that go to the home.html page. Copy this user is authenticated line and print inside the views.py file, because we want to fetch the data only when the user is authenticated or login. So paste that line inside the customer records view. So here paste here, because if the user is login only then he can view the records or data. Without login he cannot view the record. Because of that only I am adding this if condition, if user, if request dot user is authenticated, if request dot user is authenticated, then only it will allow to see the data. Then after that return render then particular page where we want to render. So for that, default parameter request comma page name where we want to render comma record.html we want to render to this page, and we are going to use this record.html page to display the record of particular user. Record.html, inside the single quote record.html, comma, then we need to pass this customer record variable inside the dictionary form. So copy this customer record as a key, then semicolon, then paste the value for this one. Then after that we need to create one file which is record.html page, and there we need to render this customer underscore record field inside the double curly bracket. Before that, I want to display some message. For that, copy this message and paste here. In else block, I want to display some message, because if user is not authenticated, at that time it should display message like we couldn't found, you are not login, or something else kind of message. So let me change this message as per my requirement. Change this message as per my requirement. Remove this one and type you must have to log in. You must have to log in to see the record or data. That's it. Control S. Control S. Then copy this record.html, and we need to create one page which is record.html page. So copy this one and go to the templates and create one new file which is record.html page. Then go to the then here we need to write the code for the record.html page. So copy the code from home.html page, which is very similar as per our requirement, and paste inside the record.html page. Paste here. Take one h1 tag, and write records page. That's it. Control S. Go to the home.html page, and this record ID we should keep inside the href or anchor tag. to make this one as a link. So after clicking on this link, it will redirect to the records page. So for that, go to the urls.py file and see for the record we have given name record. So simply we need to paste that record name here. It means after clicking on this id, it will redirect to the records page, which is record.html page. And from here we need to also pass the id also to display the particular data. For that, copy this record.id and paste here. It means it is also passing the id. Then go to the browser and refresh. See, our id is showing in the hyperlink. Click on this, see records page. It means our records.html page is working fine. So next task to display the data on the records.html page. For that go to the home.html page and copy this code, this entire code copy. Copy this entire code, Ctrl C, and paste inside the records.html page. Paste here. Then let me modify this one as per my requirement. I don't want this td tag because here I'm not going to display the data in the table format. So remove this table. So this is the shortcut. You can replace all the td with this space, and to replace these things we have a command Ctrl H. That's it. Then Ctrl S, and I don't want this link also because here I want to simply show the id data, not any anchor tag. Ctrl S, then go to the browser and refresh the page. 1 second. Here we have did one mistake. See, go to the views.py file and here we have taken variable customer underscore record, not record. So go to the records.html page and in place of record we want customer underscore record. So Ctrl H, then field name whatever you want to replace. So I want to replace the record with the field name customer record. Replace all. Yeah, it's replaced. And let me modify this one. 1 second. Close this one, then Ctrl S, then go to the browser and refresh the browser. See, our data is showing, but this is showing in not in a well form. So let me add br tag to display in one line, one by one. So Ctrl S, then go to the browser and refresh. Yeah, now our data is showing in proper format, but still this is not a that much good format. So with the help of Bootstrap we can add some style to this page. First let me change the heading, which is customer record, then go to the browser and refresh. Then I want some extra style. For that I can go to the Bootstrap and based on my requirement I can select. So in cards, come down in cards, you can select any card whatever you like. For example, I want this one, so copy this code and go to the record.html page and paste here. Then let me modify this code as per my requirement. So let me modify this code as per my requirement. First, remove this line. I don't want this line. Then copy this line and paste in the place of features. After that, refresh the browser. Yeah, it's showing like that. Remove this extra thing also. We don't require these extra things. Remove this one. And here I want to display my fields. So copy these fields and paste inside the p tag. Yeah, paste here. And one more thing, for example, I want to show my first name and last name in the single line. So write in the same line, then remove these extra spaces, then give label. For label you can use the strong tag. Whatever you write in the strong tag, it will show as the bold. So take strong tag. Let me take for the all and write the field name in the strong tag. For example, ID, then name, created time, then name, then email address, email, then phone number, then city, after that state, then remove these extra things. We don't require this one. Arrange the code. Then remove this div and paste here. This is closing of this div. And this one for this div. Copy and paste here. Remove from there. Now we have successfully closed all the div and our code is ready. Let me arrange the code. Go to the home.html page and copy this line. This is basically to define the column size. Paste here and the column size will be 6 and offset 3. Close this div below. That's it. Then Ctrl S and go to the browser and refresh. Yeah, our data is displaying in very good format. So 1 second, this go somewhere button I want to change. For that, go to the records.html page and in place of go somewhere type go back. Yeah, then go to the browser and refresh. See, go back is showing, but I want to change the color. I don't want blue color. So for that, btn, then secondary, control s, and here we need to pass the url, like where it should be redirect. So when clicking on back, it should redirect to the home page. Because of that only I'm typing home here. This home is nothing but the url name for the home. Then control s, go to the browser and refresh. Yeah, 1 second, it should be go back, not a go only. 1 second, let me correct this one. Refresh the browser. Yeah, go back, click on id, then click on go back. See, it's working fine. For all records it's working fine. Now I want to add the delete button. For that, copy this url, which is go back, copy this url and paste below. And for example, color of the button will be the red. For that, danger for the red color. And the button name should be delete. Yeah, then control s and go to the browser and refresh, then go to inside. Yeah, here you can see delete button is showing, but even I'm clicking on delete, it's going to the back only because we have not defined any functionality for the delete button. Go to the urls.py file, go to the urls.py file, and here we need to write the url for the delete button. For that, copy and paste the above line and modify this one. In place of record, type delete, and to delete also we require the id, because based on id only we are going to delete. So keep remaining as it is, then change the views name and the name of the url. So the url will be delete record, then change the view name. For delete we need to define the view. We will define, then view name will be delete record, and the name of the url is delete. Control s, then go to the views.py file and create one view with the name of delete record. Here we need to create one view which is delete record. So delete record or delete function. This is the comment, delete function. Then def, then whatever view name we have given inside the urls.py file, the same name we are going to take here. Then default parameter request, then primary key, because we are going to delete based on record, based on id only. So deleting the record is a very easiest task. We not required to do lots of things. It's a very simple thing because Django provide inbuilt delete function to delete the record. Copy this one and paste here and change the variable name, delete record, delete record. Then after that, dot delete. That's it. It's a very simple thing. Delete. After that, if you want to display any message, then you can copy this above code and paste here, and based on your requirement you can modify this one. So let me modify it. Here, for example, I want to display your data is deleted successfully, like that, or record deleted successfully. Record deleted successfully. Record deleted successfully. Then go to the record.html page, and here we need to pass the URL what we have given inside the urls.py file. So we need to simply write the URL name. Here we need to pass the ID also, because based on ID only we are going to delete. So just like record, also we need to pass the ID here also. Then refresh the browser. Yeah, click on delete. See, record deleted successfully. Previously there was 3 record, now only 2 record is showing. So one more time, let me delete. Yeah, record is deleted successfully. Now only one data is left. It means our record functionality is working fine. Go to the urls.py file. Go to the urls.py file, and here we are going to define the URL for the add record page. So copy this one and paste below, and let me modify this URL. In the place of delete record, I want add record, and also change, also we don't require this int and pk, because we are not going to perform any id specific things. So remove this one, and let me add the view name. For add record, we are going to use the add record view, and the name will be, and change this name also, this will be the add underscore record. That's it. Control s, then go to the views.py file, and create one view with the name of add record. So let me add one comment, add record, then create view add record. For that, def, then view name whatever we have given inside the urls.py file, that view name which is add record, then default parameter request, then return render, then default parameter request. Then we need to specify the page name, on which page we want to add the data. For that, add record.html page. I'm going to use this add record HTML page to take the user data, to add that user. So go to the templates, then create one file which is add record.html page. Then go to the home.html page. This is very similar to my requirement, so copy this one and paste inside the add record.html page. Then let me modify this one as per my requirement. One second. Remove these things, we don't require these things for this page. Remove this one. Remove this one also, I don't require these things. Or and in place of login, I want or submit, not add. Then take one h1 tag and type add record, add records. Then go to the forms.py file, and here we need to create one form to add record or add customer record or customer data. Then class, then class name, whatever you want to give, then forms dot model form, forms dot model form. First import the models, import models, which is go to the models.py file and which is record. So import that model inside the form. After that, take meta class. For that class meta, or you can simply copy this one and paste below. Then change the model, which is record. Then in place of the field name, we need to write field name for our model record, which we have taken. So for that, go to the models.py file and copy this entire things and paste in the forms.py file and add one by one this all field name inside the fields. First name, then last name, after that email, then phone number, then city, and at last state. Delete this one. Then go to the models.py file, views.py file, and import this form. For that, from dot means current directory, forms import, then form name, which is add record, and inside the add record function, create one empty form object. For that, take one variable which is forms equals to then this form name, which is add record. It means we are creating one empty object of the add form, which is form, and we are checking if copy this one and paste here, if request.method equals to post, then create one more form object along with that data, and the form object name is the form only, and simply copy this line and paste below. Like if form data is valid, then save. Then let me modify this message as per our requirement and type record added successfully and return to the home page. Then we required else part also, so copy this one and paste here, and let me change the content of the message, like you must have to log in to add the record. Yeah, now it's done. Control S. Then copy this line and paste here, because only when the user is login or authenticated, then only I want the access to add the record. Because of that only I'm adding this line, like request.user is authenticated, then only these things to be happen. Because without login, you should not able to add record. Yeah, done. And let me add here also, because after only the authenticated only he can able to delete the record. So I was forget. So now let me add this one here and copy this one and paste here. One second. Now paste here. Then let me modify this one. Like you must have login to delete record. Previously I was forgot to add this validation in delete option. Copy this line and paste here. Let me arrange this one and pass the form key and the value of this form. So form is the key, and I'm also passing the value for this form only. Then go to the browser, refresh. One second. Click on ID. Then our add option is not showing. Go to the Visual Studio Code and inside the nova.html page, here add one add record option. So copy this above line, copy the above line, this line, and paste below. And let me modify this one as per my requirement. For example, in place of logout, I want add record option. Add record. Then change the URL also. So if you remember, in the urls.py file, we have given name add underscore record. Simply paste that name here. That's it. Then go to the browser and refresh. See, in Neo, here we are getting one error, like and if block is not properly ended. So go to the Visual Studio Code and inside the add record, go to the Visual Studio Code and here remove this and if. We don't require this one. Then go to the browser and refresh. Then here our field is not showing. Go to the Visual Studio Code and here inside the double curly bracket we need to pass the field name or field key. So one second. Go to the take double curly bracket and here we need to pass the key what we have taken for the form inside the views.py file under the add record view. So copy that key and paste here. That's it. Then control S. Then go to the browser, login with the username, then password. Then click on login. Yeah, you have logged successfully. Then click on ID. Then go back, it's working. Okay, then add record. Yeah, our field is showing. But there is one problem. This field data or this form is not showing in very well good format. So we can change this one also. For that, go to the Visual Studio Code and inside the forms.py file, Go to the forms.py file, and here we need to change this form format. So copy this one, copy this entire thing and paste for the add record form, and based on our requirement we can modify this one. So let me modify this one. So name as it is. So paste here the first name, last name, then email as it is, phone number as it is email, then phone number in the place of username, then city, after that state. Then also change the label based on our requirement. So let me change the label for the all fields. First name, then last name, then leave email address as it is, then phone number, then city, and after that state. City, then state. And one more thing, this password input I don't require, I want text simple. Then control s, go to the browser and refresh. Yeah, now it's showing in very well and good format. Go to the Visual Studio Code. Yeah. Let me enter some data or record here. Here in the place of the, here I want second success button and success for the green button. And let me add record, then last name, then email, after that phone number, then city, at last state, state, then click on submit. Record added successfully. It means our add record page is working fine. So let me close this one. Then go to the Visual Studio Code. Then go to the records.html page. Because after submitting, I don't want to redirect to the same page. I want to redirect to the home page. For that, go to the views.py file. Go to the views.py file and here come down, and inside the add record, add one more line, which is here add one more line. which is return redirect to the home page, because after adding the record I want to redirect to the home page. And copy this line. Yeah. Let me add one more record to check whether it's redirecting to the home page or not after adding the data successfully. So let me provide last name Yadav, then email address ram@gmail.com, then phone number, then city Mumbai, and state MH. Click on submit. Yeah, record added successfully and it's redirected to the home page. Here you can see Ram is added successfully in our home page. Then in add record.html page, let me remove this submit, and here I want add record in place of submit, and the button color will be secondary. Control S, then refresh the browser. Yeah, see color change. And one second, I want to remove these extra spaces. For that, go to the Visual Studio Code, and inside the home.html, remove this br tag. Remove this tag. That's it. Control S, then go to the browser and refresh. Yeah, extra spaces is removed. Click on ID. Let me change the table head. So remove this one and this dark also. Then refresh the browser. See, the table header is changed. Why? Because I changed the table header and the new bar will be the same. So it was not looking good. Because of that only I have changed. If you want, then you can keep as it is. Now I want to add the update button. See, this is the go back, delete, the next update. For that, go to the record.html page and copy this one. Copy this line and paste below, and in place of delete, write update, and the color of the button will be success, which is green. Control S, then go to the urls.py file, and here we need to define the urls for the update. So copy this one and paste below. Then let me modify this one as per my requirement, and in the place of delete record I want update record. And I also require this int and pk, because based on id only I'm going to update the record. Then let me add the update function, then give the name of this url. Then our next task to define the update function in the views.py file. So copy this views name and go to the views.py file, and here we need to create view for the update. And let me add comment update function. Then create the view for that def, then view name, which is update underscore record, then default parameter, which is request, and also we require the pk. So simply copy and paste here this one. No need to write again and again. Then also I require this line, which is after authenticated only user can update the record. So simply paste this line, which is authenticated. Then Then current record, this is the one variable in which I'm going to store the ID. Current record, then records.objects.get particular ID. Simply copy and paste this line. No need to write again and again, which is because we have already written this code. Then create one form object along with the data. Either it is a post or the none. Create one form object. If it is a post, it means user have entered the data, and if it is a none, it means till now he not added any data, but he's going to be add, and he has visited that page. And I want to show the instant of the current data. Because of that only, I'm going to use the one attribute which is instance. With the help of this instant, when we are going to that page, then current data will be show of that particular ID. Then go to instance of current ID, current record. Instance equals to current record. Instance equals to current record. Current record. Copy this line and paste here. Because same thing I'm going to check, like if form is valid, then save. Then based on my requirement, let me modify this message. Record updated successfully. Record updated successfully. And after updating the record, it should redirect to the home page. Because of that only I have written paste here. Then copy this line and paste here. And let me modify this one as per my requirement. Like, you are not logged in, please log in to update the record. This kind of things. Then copy this update.html and create one HTML page inside the templates. Then go to the add record.html page and copy this code and paste in the update.html page. And let me modify this one as per my requirement. So in place of add record, I want update record. Then Control S, then go to the browser and refresh. Yeah, update option is showing. Go to the home, click on ID, then click on update. Record deleted successfully. Right now we have not added update functionality to the update button. So go to the Visual Studio Code and inside the add record.html page, inside the record.html page, in the place of update, here we need to add the update URL. So if you have remember, inside the urls.py file, we have created one update URL. So that URL name we need to paste here. That's it. Then along with that, we need to pass the ID also. So it's there only. Then refresh the browser, then click on update. Yeah, data is showing. So now here we can update the record. For example, city, I'm updating from Pune to Mumbai. Then click on app update record. See, record updated successfully. And over the screen you can see now it's city showing Mumbai. Previously it was Pune. Now let me change for the second ID, which is Rajkumar Yadav. So click on that, then click on update, then let's change the city. For example, Mumbai to Pune. Then click on update record. Record updated successfully, and below also you can see city showing Pune. It means our update functionality is working fine. Then go to the home page or login page. Then let me show entire thing once what we have did till now. So first click on register, then here we can register the user. After that we can log in with that particular user what we have created inside the register. For example, I'm logging with the Gridi, then click on login. Then so you have logged successfully and our data is displaying over the home page. Then click on ID. Then here we have three options: go back, delete and update. So based on our requirement we can perform the activity. So for example, click on go back, you come back to home page. Then if you click on delete, then record deleted successfully, and you can see in the home page record is deleted. Then click on ID. For example, I want to change the data of Rajkumar. Then click on update. Then here, for example, I want to change the email address. For example, email 123. So record updated successfully. See, Rajkumar123@gmail.com. Email ID is updated. Then here we can add the record also. For example, Sham, then last name Yadav, then email address sham@gmail.com, then phone number, city Mumbai, then state MH, then click on add record. Record added successfully. So this is the Django CRM project. So we have seen all the activity what we have mentioned in the agenda, and at last in this video we are going to see how to export that customer record what we are showing over the browser. So in this video we are going to export that data and store in the different file format such as XML format, CSV format, and we will also see how we can print that data. So let me show you the functionality, then we will see how we can achieve that functionality. For that, log in with username and password. If you remember, we have created one user ID Gridi and password also Gridi. Click on login. So here it's showing export Excel, export CSV, export PDF. These are the different file format in which we can export this data whatever showing over the browser. So for example, click on export LC. After clicking on export LC, that data is downloaded in the Excel format. So click on open. So Excel will open. Yeah, you can see that whatever data we have entered over the browser or customer record, it's showing here. If you go to the browser and see same data downloaded in the Excel format. If you go to the file, here you can check the same data is showing here. Go to the browser, then click on export CSV. This will export your file in CSV format. Here you can see the format.csv. Click on open. One second. Yeah, you can see our data is showing in the CSV format. Then again go to the browser and click on export to PDF. Then click on open. Yeah, here you can see our data is getting printed. So this is a different format in which we can export our data like XML, Excel, CSV and PDF. Go to the browser and so here one search option is added. Here you can search your record. For example, I want to search for the customer name. For example, Ram. See, it's working. Now next, let me search for the Sham. See, it's working fine. So in this video, we are going to see how we can achieve this functionality. And one more thing, if you are following my Django playlist, then well and good, you can add this one in the existing project, which is Django CRM project. And if you are not following my previous videos, then also you can use these things in your project. It's a very simple. You need to add some predefined lines in your HTML page. That's it. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code and let me show you how we can achieve that functionality. For that, go to the Visual Studio Code and inside the home.html page, see, whoever following my Django playlist, they can follow the same step. But who have their own project and want to add this functionality in their project, they can also add this. Whatever I'm going to do in this video, they can also follow the same thing and add all the code in their HTML page, where they have a particular table and from which table they want to export the data. So first go to the table tag, and here you need to give one id equals to, here you can give any id name whatever you want. In my case, for example, I'm giving example. That's it. Then control S, then go to the base.html page. Then go to the base.html page and at the last here, if you see script, so here we need to add some scripts to achieve that functionality. For that, let me show you that script. Simply copy this entire things. I will explain you what is these things. Control C, then paste here, then control S. That's it. If you go to the browser and refresh the browser, you can see the same thing. Whatever I have shown you, it will reflect in your project also. But before that, let me explain you this code. Here we have added example. This example is nothing but the ID of the table. So if you remember, in the home.html page, here we have added one ID. The same name whatever we have taken here, we need to take here. And this entire thing will be the same in your case also. And you need to simply add this libraries in your project. That's it. Then control S, then go to the browser. First let me log out, log in again. Gridi, then password Gridi, click on login. Let me close this one. Yeah, so it's showing here. Now let me check whether it's working or not. So first let me close all the Excel sheets which is I have opened previously. Yeah, then click on export to Excel, then click on open. Yeah, here you can see our Excel sheet is downloaded, but here you want to customize these things. For example, here it's showing Excel MK. Go to the Visual Studio Code and here see whatever you have written here, it's showing there Excel MK. And if you don't want this Excel MK or you want to any customized thing, so you can update here. For example, let me change this one. For example, I want customer data. Control S, then let me close this Excel sheet. First let me close this one, then go to the browser, refresh this one, then click on export Excel, then click on open. It's opening. See customer data. So you can customize this one as per your requirement. But there is one more scenario. For example, if you are not taking this one, you are removing this one, then control S, then go to the browser. First let me close this one, close this Excel sheet, then go to the browser and refresh, then click on export Excel, click on open. 1 second. See, in this case it's showing Django CRM. So let me tell you why this is coming. See, if you are not going to overwrite the title tag, then whatever title you have taken, that it will show there. If you go to the browser, 1 second, see Django CRM, this is we have taken inside the title tag. So the same field is showing in the Excel also. See Django CRM, and if you see my code, 1 second, let me show you. In the title I have taken Django CRM. So like that you can modify this one as per your requirement. In this video we are going to see how we can import the data to the Django project, or in simple word you can say how we can upload the different file format to the Django project and how we can use that data. So before going to start that things, first let me show you my admin page. For that, go to the admin page /admin. Yeah, this is my model name, which is records. After clicking record here, and if you remember, these are the record what we have added through the front end. But in this case, I'm going to add the records from the CSV file, and simply you can say I will maintain all the data in the CSV file, and in one shot I will upload that data to the Django project, to this Django CRM project. So let's start. Let me show you how we can achieve that things. For that, go to the command prompt, and here we are going to perform the import operation. For that we need some libraries. Let me install that library. That pip install Django, pip install, then Django dash import dash export. Enter. This Django import export library we require to upload the CSV file. Once again, it's downloading all the required packages. Yeah, downloaded successfully. Then let me run the Django server again. For that we have a command python manage.py run server. Enter. Then after that we need to add this Django import export library inside the our settings.py file. For that, go to the settings.py file inside the Visual Studio Code, then settings.py file. Inside the installed app we need to register here single quote import underscore export. Then next step 2, we have to register this import and export, this import export inside the admins.py file. For that, go to the admins.py file. Then here we need to import one library which is import export model admin. For that we need to import the import export model admin. For that, from import underscore export dot admin, then import then import export model admin. That's it. Then control S. Let me check once again. Import export dot admin, import export model admin. Then simply copy this one, paste here. We don't require this one, so paste here. Then control S. Then go to the command prompt. Once again, let me run the Django server again. Here we are getting one error. Once again, let me check. We have did one spelling mistake here. Im. One second. Control S. Then go to the browser, and here also we need to change. Control S. Run the Django server again. Yeah, it's working fine. So go to the browser. And then refresh this one. But before going to import, let me show you the home page, my CRM. Here you can see these are the data we have already, and now I'm going to add some additional data here with the help of the file, which is any format like Excel, CSV, or any format. For that you can add the data. So go to the admin page, then click on your model. See, basically this model is nothing your table only. So this is the table where you want to add the record through the file. So click on import. See, here option is showing import, export. So to add the file or to upload the file to your table, click on import. Then from here you can choose the file, and from here you can select the format of the file. And see, these are the fields name what your file should be contain. So let me show you the file what I have created already. One second. Yeah, see, this is the file what I have created, and I'm going to upload this file. One very important thing, whatever field name it's showing here, the exactly same field name you need to mention here. Otherwise your data will not upload properly. So make sure this field should be same whatever written here. Then next step, choose the file. So over the desktop, one file is CRM, then click on open. The file format is CSV, then here also it should be CSV only. Then click on submit. After clicking on submit, here you can see the preview of the data what it's going to be uploaded, and here also it's showing one message like if you are satisfied with the result, click on confirm import. So these are the data what I'm going to be upload in this particular table, which is records, or in Django it's called model. Then click on confirm report. Yeah, so here you can see Upender, Divakar, Vinod, Durgesh, these all data is showing. Let me show you my file. See, Durgesh, Vinod, Divakar, Upender, these are I have added. And one more thing, this ID and created at, I have kept the auto increment. So because of that only, it's not required to pass here. It will automatically capture. Then go to the browser. And one more thing I want to show you, go to the import, and here you can see different file format is there. It means you can upload the data through the different file format like CSV, XLS, XLXL, TSV, JSON, YML. This type of file you can upload. Then go to the records. Then here you can see one export option is also showing. So this is the format. From here you can select the different format and export the data from this records table or model. So for example, let me show you how we can export from here also. For example, you want to export in the JSON format, or let it be in CSV format. Then simply click on submit. See, click on open. Yeah, all the data whatever that table have, it's successfully exported. So these are the way how we can export. Let me show you for this JSON also. Click on submit, then open. See, here you got JSON format. If you know what is the JSON, then you can see understand. JSON is nothing but the simply key and value pair type of data. See, this is the key and this is the value, like that. In this video, we are going to see how we can add the auto logout functionality to our Django project. So first, let me tell you why we require this auto logout functionality. For example, you have opened your profile in any system and you log out to forgot. So there might be chance someone else can view the profile and perform the illegal activity. So to prevent such type of activity, we need to require the auto logout functionality. Auto logout functionality will automatically log out from the website after some specific amount of time. Let me show you how we can achieve such functionality. Go to this website djangolearn.com, and here you can see there is a documentation for the Django auto logout. So from here, you can see the command to install the Django Auto Logout. Simply copy this one. Then go to the command prompt and paste here. One second, paste here. See, in my case, I have already installed this Django Auto Logout, so it's showing requirement already satisfied. In your case, it will download the required packages. Then again go to the browser and see, here we need to add one middleware inside the settings.py inside the middleware. So simply copy this one, then go to the settings.py file which is inside the Visual Studio Code. See, settings.py file. Then here look for the middleware and paste here. Then again go to the browser and come down. Then here we need to add this auto underscore logout. Simply copy this one and come here and go at last. Let me write one comment. For example, auto logout and paste here. This 600 is nothing but the seconds. So whatever amount of time you are going to specify here, at that particular amount of time, our session will expire, or you can see user get log out. For example, for testing purpose, I want for the 5 second only. Whatever we are entering here, it's in a second. So 5 means 5 second. Then go to the browser. Then after logout, I want to display some message. For that, copy this one and comma, then paste here. So it means after 5 seconds, it will log out and display the message like the session has expired. Please log in again to continue. Then Control S. Then go to the command prompt. Then run the Django server again. 1 second, it's running. Yeah. Then simply copy this one. Then go to the browser and let me open new terminal. Sorry, let me open new tab. Paste here. Then as CRM. Then let me log in here. If you remember, we have created super user to log in here, which is Gridi. And password also Gridi. Then click on login. Yeah, you can see you have login successfully. Then click here. Then click here. 1 second. Actually, we have given 5 seconds, which is very less amount of time. So let me increase that time. You can explain the things properly. 1 second. Let me give 10 seconds. And Control S. And again run the Django server. It's already running. 1 second. Yeah. Then go to the browser. 1 second. Then Gridi. Then login. You have logged in successfully. Then click on here. Then click on back. You can see I'm able to perform the action. Then click on update. Then for example, in place of Yadav, I want Sharma. Record. Then click on 8. Then delete. But here you have observed one thing. Like 10 seconds is already completed, but still I have not logged out. Why? Because I'm continuously performing some activity over my browser. So let me stay idle for 10 seconds. So here after I'm not going to do any activity on this browser. So let me check after 10 seconds. Why? Because I have added functionality like that. If I'm not going to perform any activity over the browser for the 10 seconds, then it will automatically log out. It means if I'm continuously performing any activity, so it will not log out. So you can understand like that. If I'm going to be idle for more than 10 seconds, at that particular scenario, I'm going to be log out. So now let me click here. See, the session is expired, login again to continue. Such type of message we are getting. So this is how we can add the auto logout functionality. So this auto logout functionality is very useful, and commonly you have seen this auto logout functionality or such type of message like the session has expired, please log in again to continue in the net banking sites. If you have observed in the net banking site, if you are not performing any activity for some amount of time, then it will show the message like your session is expired. Such type of message you will get. So this is highly recommended to add the session expired functionality to your browser to prevent the illegal activity or some threats. Hi. In last video we have seen how we can add the auto logout functionality or session expired functionality, where we have seen if we are not performing any action over the browser for some specific amount of time, at that time we are getting the session expired error or alert message. In this video we are going to see how we can upload the images in the Django from the front end. So for that, go to the Visual Studio Code. Then inside this settings.py file, we need to add some path or media URL. For that, let me take one comment first, which is media URL here underscore video. Then here we need to add the media URL. For that, media underscore URL equals to, then we need to specify the path. For that, in single quote /media. That's it. See, here you can give any name, but it is recommended to give the media only. Even if you give any other name, it will not affect your project, but for a better practice, give media only. And here also you can give another name, but make sure this is a media URL only, so it will not create any confusion in future. And after that, we need to define the media root. For that, media underscore root. The media root, here we need to specify the root or address or path of our the media folder in which we are going to be store the uploaded images. For that, go to the up and make sure one thing, this import OS should be import in your settings.py file. If it is not there, then import it. After that, copy this line and come below and paste here, and in place of static, copy this one and paste this one. So whatever you have written here, simply paste here. That's it. Then Control S. After that, we need to define the URL for our media folder. For that, go to the urls.py file. Again, don't be confused. There is a two urls.py file. One at the project level, second at the application level. So it is highly recommended to maintain the media file at the project level. See, you can either maintain at the project level or the application level. It's based on your requirement. So in my case, I'm going to maintain the urls.py file which is at project level. So here this is our project, and inside our project we have one file, urls.py file. So here we need to maintain the URLs for the media file. But before going to maintain the URLs, we need to import the two libraries, which is a static and the settings. For that, from Django.conf, from the Django.conf, import settings. And second one we required static, which is from the Django.conf.u or static. Then at the last, after completing this square parenthesis add plus, then here we need to specify the media URL and media root, what we have defined inside the settings.py file. Inside the settings.py, you have defined media URL and the media root. Same thing we need to add inside the urls.py file. One second. Yeah. Then static. At the static settings. Here we need to define the media URL. So inside the settings.py file, this is our media URL. Copy this one. Then paste here, comma, document underscore root. This document underscore root is nothing but the location or path where our document going to be uploaded or stored. Then settings.py file, copy this one, then come here and paste here. That's it. But one second, here also we need to add settings dot media plus. So let me tell you what we have did up to this point. Go to the settings.py file. See, here we have defined the media URL and the media root. This media URL is nothing but the location where we are going to be store our media or image folder or image file. So this base dir is nothing but the location up to our the project. So see, Django CRM, this is our project name and this is the up to the base location. So we have maintained media here, right? Media here. So it means whatever we are going to be store inside this media, it will going to be stored at this location, which is Django CRM. Same location we are going to be store our images. After that, inside the urls.py file, we have imported two files or two libraries, which is settings and the statics. And after that, we have maintained our media URL and the media root, the same which we have defined inside the settings.py file. That's it. Then Control S. After that, we need to add one image field. So inside the models, go inside the models.py file. Yeah, here we need to add the image field. So let me take one image field. For example, I'm taking profile underscore equals to models, then field type image, then here I'm defining null equals to true. It means if it is a null, then don't throw any error, it will take. Then blank equals to, also I'm taking the true. And then we need to specify the location where we want to upload this image. For that, upload to, then here we need to specify the location. Images, here you can give any name. I'm giving images. Whatever name you will give, it will not throw any error, it's fine. Then slash, then Control S. See, we have added new image field. So if you are doing any modification in the models, then it is highly recommended to run the make migration and migrate command. So keep in mind, we have to run that to command. And one more thing, if we are working with the images, then we should install the pillow library, which is highly recommended. Without pillow library, you cannot perform any image upload related things. After that, Control S. Then here we are working with the images, which is one special field or multimedia field. For that, go to the templates. Inside the templates, go to the particular templates where you are going to be where you are going to be upload that images. So in my case, inside the add record, I'm going to perform that action. For that, here I need to define the encode type. Encode type equals to multi-part form data. With the help of this only, we can work with the images file. That's it. Our next step too, we need to add that model field which is newly we have added inside. So go to the forms.py file and here see we need to add that newly created fields. So simply copy this one and paste here. Then go to the models.py file. One second. Models.py file, copy this name. Then go to the forms.py file and here paste. And one more thing, in place of char field we need to write image. And here also I don't require this widget right now, so let me remove this one. Let's 1 minute. Simply copy this one and paste here also. Yeah, Control S. So and that newly created model field inside the form, so that will reflect in our form. That's it. Control S. Then open the command prompt. Once again here we are getting some error. Media URL setting must ended with the slash. We are getting some error inside the settings.py file. Go to the settings.py file. Yeah, here we have did one mistake. It should be like this. Control S. Then yeah, and go to the browser and refresh. Let me log in. If you remember, we have created super user which is Gridi. Then password also Gridi. Then click on login. Yeah, profile image invalid identifier. As I told you, if we have did any changes inside the models, so we need to run the make migration and migrate command. Python manage.py, then make migrations. Here it's showing like profile underscore image rename. Actually previously I have created one profile underscore image field for the testing purpose. Because of that only it's showing these alerts. So click on Y. Then our next command, migration. For that we have a command python manage.py migrate. Yeah, it's done. Django server. For that we have a command python manage.py run server. Yeah, it's running successfully. Go to the browser and refresh. Yeah, let me show you from starting. Click on logout. Then here enter the username which is Gridi. Then password Gridi. Then click on login. Yeah. Then click on add record. Then for example, yeah, I'm taking any name. For example, what should I take? Rami. Then last name Yadav. Then email address ramu@gmail.com. Then phone number, city Mumbai. Then state Maharashtra MH. Then here see profile underscore image one choose file field is showing. Then click here. Previously it was not here. So for example, let me take virtual this image. Click on open. Then add record. It's showing record added successfully. Close this one. So see Ramu, one new record is added. If you click on this, right now it's not showing here. So for that, if I want to display that image here, for that we need to do some configuration inside our particular template file or HTML file. So I know this is coming from which HTML file. For that, go to the Visual Studio Code, and that fields are coming from the record HTML. So go to the record.html here. So simply copy this line and paste here. Then in place of state, I need profile image. File image whatever. For example, I'm taking P. Then here we need to specify the field name. So remove this state and go to the models.py file. Once again, models.py file. Simply copy this one, .html, and paste here. That's it. Control S. Then go to the browser and refresh. See that images underscore virtual.jpg is showing here. This images is nothing but the automatically created folder. I will show you where this folder is created. And this virtual.jpg is nothing but my image name. So if you go to the Visual Studio Code, as I told you, this is the our project, and which is at the base dir location. So at the same location, one image folder will be created. Let me show you that image folder. 1 second. Yeah, see, one media is created. Inside that media, one image is created, and here it's showing particular image what I have uploaded. So see, media media slash images. If you go to the settings.py file, 1 second, I will show you the complete path. Yeah, here we have defined media URL, which is media. So at the base dir, one media folder is created. You can see this is the our project base location. At same location, one media file is created. 1 second, where, yeah, media folder is created, and inside that media folder, one images folder is created. This images folder is created because in the models.py file, here we have a mention like that inside the images folder I want to upload my image. Because of that only this for this hierarchy is created, like media and images, and inside the images our image is going to be stored. The next things, once again, go to the here. Yeah, but for example, here you want to display your image. At that case, what you need to do, then go to the Visual Studio Code, then inside the record.html, 1 second, record.html, here you need to add the image tag. For that you can do one things. Yeah, here take img image tag and copy this one, Control X, then paste here, and here you want complete URL. See, this is highly important. Wait, I'll show you without URL and after URL. And 1 second, here let me add one alternative text. In some case, maybe my image is broken. At that time, I want to display some alternative text. For that, this alt. For example, I want to show image lost or break, whatever you want to show, you can add here. Then Control S, go to the browser and refresh. See, profile pic image is lost. So here dot Control S, yeah, and refresh. See, I'll pick and it's showing here. So based on a requirement, you can modify this one. For example, come here, then width, whatever width you want. For example, I want 40. Then go to the browser and refresh. See, like this you can change the width. Go back and 1 second, let me show you in the database. Yeah, see, this is my table name, my CRM underscore record. Here if you see, this virtual we have uploaded for the Ram Yadav. So inside the database, only the location or address of that image is going to be stored. Database never going to be store the actual image. It will only store the location of the image. But Here one twist. For example, in future you want to change that image. For example, click on this record and click on update. So see here you have uploaded virtual.jpg. In case you want to change this one, for that click on choose file, and for example this time you want to upload this Django. Click open. See here showing Django. Click on update record. Record updated successfully. But when you go again and see it's not updated. Let me change the size of this pic so you can see clearly. Go to the Visual Studio Code and here 1 second. Let me remove this one. Let's see. It's showing create virtual environment. This image only. But if you remember, I will show you again. Click on update, then choose file, and I'm choosing for example static, whatever you want. Select, it's showing static here, then click on record updated successfully. But again when you are going here, you will see the same image, create virtual environment. It means we are able to upload the image, but if for example I realized like I have uploaded the wrong file or wrong profile image and I want to change that image, and that scenario what we can do, let me show you. For that, go to the beside this set views.py file, we need to go inside the update function, which is we are using update view function, which is we are using to be update this records. So this is the views which we are using for the updation. So here we need to add one small thing. For example, if you have remember inside the add underscore record, we have added this line. Simply copy this line and come to the update record and paste here. Then or after that copy this one here. That's it. And one more thing, go to the particular HTML page which is related to this update record. So go to the update HTML file, 1 second, yeah, update.html file, and here also we need to add one encode type, which is multipart / form data, control S. That's it, nothing else. Then go to the browser, refresh this one. See right now it's showing create virtual environment. Then click on update, then choose file, then for example I'm taking the static, then open, then update record, then again go to that particular record. See static files in Django. Let me change one more time. Click here on update record, then choose file, then for example I'm taking for example model. Open, then update record, close this one, then again go to that particular record. See model. So this is the complete functionality, how we can upload the image in the Django from the front end and how we can modify that particular image from the front end only. So and one important thing I forgot to show you, go to the command prompt, and here I have not installed the pillow library because I have already installed for my previous project. So let me show you if you are getting any error regarding the pillow library is not found, how you can import. For that we have a command pip install pillow. 1 second, pip install pillow. So yeah, as I told you, I have already installed previously. Because of that only it's showing requirement already satisfied. See, even if you are doing at the starting of the project also this pip installation, it's okay. So before going to perform any activity or any operation with the image folder or image file, it's highly recommended first import this pip install. And one more thing, there is a one command which is a pip freeze. Pip freeze. With the help of this command, you can see whatever the things is already installed in your particular Django project. So this is the, see, it's showing our pillow also here. Yeah. So with the help of this pip freeze, you can see whatever library is installed in your Django project. So thank you so much for watching this video, and please like and subscribe. Bye. Hi. In last video, we have seen how we can upload the image file in the Django project. In this video, we are going to see how we can do the email verification of the user who is going to be registered on our website. So first, let me show you how the functionality will work. For example, Goku, an email address, and username. For example, I'm giving Goku only. Then password. Then confirm password. Then click on register. Once again, it's loading. See, please confirm your email address to complete the registration. Then let me open my mail ID. See, I have received one mail. Hi Goku, please click on the link to confirm your registration. See, whatever the name of the user, it's showing here. So in my case, I have given Goku. Because of that only it's showing Goku. So click on URL. See, thank you for your email confirmation. Now you can log into your account. Then go to the login page. Yeah. One second, let me close this one. Let me provide username, which is we have given Goku, and password. Then click on login. See, you have logged in successfully. Now we can able to access the project. So whatever action we want, we can perform here. For example, I want to delete this one. So deleted successfully. So this is the functionality what we are going to achieve in this video. So before going to start, let me tell you one thing. This email verification, this is inbuilt provided by the Django. The only things we need to do, we have to copy that code and paste in our project, and we have to do little bit modification as per our requirement. So let me show you the code. So first of all, go to the Visual Studio Code, and here go inside the settings.py file. We need to do some settings in the settings.py file. Come down at last. See, this is the code. You have to copy paste as it is. The only things you need to change, that is your mail address, your email ID, what you want, and your password. So I will tell you how you can generate this password. This is not our ordinary password. This is specially generated for this particular things. So I will tell you how we can generate this password. The first things only you need to focus, like up to this you need to paste as it is, and the only things you need to change this two things. Here you need to enter your mail ID, and here you need to enter the password. That's it. In the urls.py file, you need to add this line as it is. No need to change anything. Simply copy this entire line and paste in your code. After that, go to the views.py file, and here we need to import this all library up to this. This is related to my other stuff, but only related to the email verification. You need to copy paste this entire libraries in your project as it is. No need to do anything, simply copy and paste. After that, this is the predefined code which is given by the Django only. So you need to simply copy paste as it is. Then go to the function, which one you are going to use for the registration page. So in my case, I'm using this function, which is register_user, which is I'm using for the registration page. So here up to this point, you know already very well. After that, after this line, we need to do some modification. For example, simply copy this line from here up to here as it is. No need to do any changes here. If you want, then you can modify this one. That is not an issue. But if you're going to paste as it is in your code, it will work. See why I'm not going to typing each line by line or word by word this code, because this is already given by the Django. If you go to the Django documentation, if you search, you will get all this code already written there. So only the things you need to do, copy and paste, because it's a one-time activity and it's already provided by the Django. So up to this point, copy and paste as it is. So let me tell you some important things. See, this email is nothing but the field name of the email which you are going to be used inside the sign up form. For example, here we are using email. So go to inside the sign up form. Once again, go to the forms.py file. Forms.py file. See, this is my forms.py file where I have created one sign up form, and whatever field name I have given here, this, for example, here right now here I am giving email. I have given email. For example, if I have given email underscore ID, then same field I need to paste. I need to paste here. So keep in mind, this is a very important thing. So whatever field name you have given in your sign up form, the same field name you need to paste here. Then remaining thing as it is, this entire field as it is, and this message you can, if you want, you can change, otherwise leave it as it is. And this is the template file. I will also tell you what is these things. Then come down. Yeah, this is the message what you want to display. So you can modify it as per your requirement. For example, in my case, I have written, please confirm your email address to complete the registration. And after that, I have written or redirect to my home page. So as per your code, you can modify this one. And for example, after showing this message, I'm going to redirect to my home page. So whatever name you have given to your HTML file to redirect of your home page, that you need to mention here. So let me show you once again. Up to this point, you already know, because if I've created the form, then you already know what is this up to this. Then copy from here to here, and you can copy, if you want, then you can copy the same message. That is not a problem. Then after that, you need to return to redirect to the home page. So this is the home. This home, I have given the name to my URL. Let me show you. 1 second. Inside my urls.py file, see, this is my URL to whom I have given the name home, the same. So same name I'm going to paste there. So after that message, it will redirect to my home page. This is not important. If you want, you can remove this one. Else, this one also you need to paste in your code. So this is your form name, sign up form name, which is you have created inside the setting, inside the forms.py file. See, sign up form. So if you go to the forms.py file, I have given this same name. So whatever name you have given to your sign up form, the same name you have to copy and paste inside the views.py file here. And then again, you need to mention the pages where you want to redirect. So in my case, I want to redirect to my registration page. So I have given my register.html page name. That's it. So I hope up to this you clear. And I told you I will tell you about this this HTML file. So one second. What you need to do, simply copy this entire name and go to inside the templates, and then new file, then simply copy paste. Simply copy this name and paste here and create one file, which is HTML file. See, I have already created. So in this file, we need to simply copy paste this line as it is. Don't require to perform any changes or any modification. Simply as it is, copy paste this one. See, this message will be displayed in the mail. For example, it is, see, hi, then user underscore username. So this username is coming from where? Let me show you. Go to the forms.py file, and here we have taken this username. So if you have taken something different, for example, you have taken name, so the same name key you need to paste inside the HTML page, which is this one. So whatever name you have taken inside the forms.py file for the username, the same thing you need to paste here. That's it. Repeat again once again what we have did. First of all, in the settings.py file, what we have did, let me tell you again. Simply copy paste this entire code and modify this one. Put here your mail ID and here password. See, here the password we are using, this is Google app generated password. You can generate this password. Let me show you how you can generate. Go to the browser. Let me show you one second. See, go to your Gmail, then click on icon, then after that click on manage your Google account. After that click on security, then come down, then make sure two-step verification should be on in your case. After that, once if not activated, then activate two-step verification. After that, search here app password. See, app password. One second. After that, you need to log into your Gmail again. After that, you will get option like generate password, app password. So from there you can generate your app password, and once you generate your app password, you need to simply come to the settings.py file and paste here. That's it. So this is how you can do the email verification in the Django. So I know, so as I told you, this is already provided by the Django. So we no need to type each things manually. We can simply copy and paste this entire things. And one more thing, whatever code I have used in this video, I am going to share to my Telegram channel. So I will mention the link of my Telegram channel. From there you can simply download that source code and copy paste in your project. So thank you so much for watching. Hi, in last video we have seen how we can do the email verification of the user at the time of user registration or sign up. In this video we are going to see how we can add the forget password functionality. For example, user want to reset, or maybe user forget the password. At that time, how you can change the password. So for that, first let me show you with the valid user, which is Durgesh. And for this user ID, I have a password August AUG @2023. See, this is the password for this user ID. Then click on login. See, I'm able to log in. But what if I forgot the password? And click on forget password. Then here we need to provide the email ID, which is we have provided at the time of user registration or sign up. So in my case, I have given the user email ID, which is Durgesh. So let me enter the email ID, Durgesh @gmail.com. Then click on submit. Yeah, it's loading. 1 second. See, we have got one message which is we have emailed you instruction for setting your password, that kind of message. So check the mail. Come here. 1 second. Yeah, this is the latest mail I have received. Click here. Then see here also we are getting some message like you are receiving this email because you requested password reset. That kind of message we are getting. Then click on this URL. See, here we need to enter the new password. So if you remember, my password was aug@2023. Now let me change. For example, I am giving @2023. Let me show you. See, SEP@2023. Then again, I need to confirm the same password. 202. You again. See. Then click on change password. Your password has been set. You may go ahead and log in or sign in. Click here. Then come here. Then enter the username. In my case, which is Durgesh. Remember, previously the password was AUG@2023. But now we have changed to September SCP@20. Show you the password. See. Then click on login. See, you have logged successfully. It means we are able to reset the password. Let me show you how we can achieve this functionality. Open the Visual Studio Code. Yeah, then go to the settings.py file. Here, if you have seen my last video where we have seen how we can do the email verification of the user, where I have already explained you what is these things. So if you have not watched, then no issue. Simply you need to copy this entire things and paste in your settings.py file. But here you need to mention your mail ID and here you need to mention your password. So I will recommend you kindly watch my previous video, which is email verification in the Django. I will also provide the link of that video in my description of this video. So first you need to simply copy this entire thing and paste in your settings.py file. But here you need to enter, here you need to paste your email ID and here your password. That's it. Then Control S. Then I'll tell you one thing. To reset the password, Django provide inbuilt support. In Django, we have already predefined views which we can use as per our requirement. We can modify it also as per our requirement. This auth_views have a 4 view classes. So let me show you what are the view classes. See, first we have a password reset views, then password reset done view, password reset confirm view, password reset complete view. These are the predefined views given by the Django for the reset password functionality. You can simply use this predefined view class. So let me show you how we can do. Then inside the models.py file, simply copy this line and paste below. And here in place of this required this one, simply copy this entire thing and paste here. Then here you can define any URL pattern which you want. So let me define, for example, I'm giving password reset. Here you need to provide the name to this URL. So I'm giving same only. Simply copy this one, paste here. 1 second, this should be like this. And simply copy this one and paste. And second view will be the done passwords. See this one, simply copy this one. The URL pattern, done. See, here you can give any URL pattern as per your choice, but this view's name should be same what I'm giving, because these are the predefined provided by the Django. So here you can do it. Here you can give any pattern as well. Here also you can give any name as per your choice. Then third one, after that last one, which is complete. But complete, com for this one, this third one, there is one twist. Like here we need to define this UID B64 token. These are the inbuilt functionality provided by the Django to generate the token. So keep in mind, here you can give anything, but you need to include this UID B64 token. And here you can give anything, whatever, any URL pattern, whatever you want. Then let me change here. This one will be complete. It, then yeah, one will be confirmed. Check once again. This is for reset the password. We have given password reset, then password reset done. Its name is password reset done. Then confirm password, password reset confirm, then password reset complete. Yeah, done. That's it. See, let me tell you again what we have did. We have simply imported this library, and this library is consisting all these views classes, which is predefined by the Django only. So we need to use as it is these libraries, and here we have defined the URL pattern. So as I told you, here you can define any pattern whatever you want, but for the confirm password you have to include these two things compulsory. Here you can give anything, but these are the compulsory things you have to mention in the URL. And that's it. Then Control S. And one more thing, simply copy this one password reset, and I will show you once again. First, let me show you over the browser. See, here it's showing forget password. So it's coming from my home page. Inside the home.html page, yeah, see, below the login, I have created one anchor tag, which is forget password, and I have mentioned the URL. So this is the URL name. So let me show you from where I have taken this URL name. Go to inside the urls.py file. See this one. And I'm going to click on this. 1 second. This forget password, it will redirect to this URL like that. Less than the command prompt. Yeah, it's running already. Simply copy this URL. Refresh this one. It's working. You can see inside the URL, it's showing password reset, what we have mentioned inside the urls.py file. Password reset. The same thing showing in the URL also. But there is one problem. See, here it's showing Django administration, and this is the not our customized page. This is the default page given by the Django only. So it's not look like good. For example, once again, let me show you. This is our home page and it's looking like this. But when user want to forget the password, it's redirecting to the Django default page. So we can also customize this one also. Show you how we can customize. Then at last we will see how whether it's working or not. So 1 second, go to the Visual Studio Code. Then inside the urls.py file, see. Here we need to do one thing. Simply here we need to type template underscore name equals to, then here see, if you are not going to provide the template name, then Django will run the default template, which is this one. But if you want to customize this page, then you have to provide the templates name what you have created for this particular page. So come here, see. So you can override here. So here, if you have created the template, then you have to mention the name of that template here. In my case, let me show you 1 second. To reset the password, I have created one template. See this one. The template name is password underscore reset underscore confirm dot html. Simply copy this one. Then go to the urls.py file. And that's it. Control S. Then go to the browser and refresh this page. Let me run this server again. Once again, we have did one spelling mistake. Go to the urls.py file. We have page template. Control S. Run the server again. Yeah, go to the browser. Just this one. See. Now our customized page is showing. Previously default page was showing. So that is not looking good because our all pages should look like similar. So because of that only, I have customized this page. Even if you don't want to customize, then you can simply leave this urls.py file. No need to mention this template name. So let me show you this password underscore reset underscore form.html page. 1 second. Here what we need to do. Simply I have extended my base class. This is base.html. I have extended here. Then here I have taken one h3 tag, forget password. Then here I have taken one form tag. Inside the form tags, I have simply paste forms dot underscore p. See, in your case also you need to do the same thing. Why? Because this form dot as underscore p, it's coming from the Django only. This is not a variable which is defined by me. This is defined by Django only. So you also need to do the same thing. Up to here it will same in your case also. Only the things, maybe the blob name if you want to change, you can change, or maybe your base class name is some different name. That things, that only. Otherwise this entire code should be same only in your case also. So don't be confused. This form dot as underscore p, it's coming from Django only. So you have to also maintain the same thing. Then same we have to do for the remaining also. For example, go to the urls.py file. See, the next is password reset done. Let me show you by default Django showing what page and how we can customize that one. So simply copy this URL. 1 second. Simply copy this URL, the browser, and paste here. See, the second page showing like this. So let me customize this one also. Go to the Visual Studio Code, then go to the, this is the done. So this is the done. Yeah. See, here I have taken one p tag, which is paragraph, and I have written this 2 line. Simply copy this name, and we need to specify this name inside the urls.py file. Here, simply paste here and copy this one. 1 second. Yeah. See, Control S, then go to the browser and refresh this one. See, like that we can customize this password reset page. So let me do for the remaining also, as I already created for this confirm also. So let me show you. Yeah, see, this is the code for the confirm. See, simply up to this I have already explained you, and here we have maintained one the else part. For example, if that URL is not valid, that at that time it will message that only. And here is a complete. See, at last it will show like your password has been set. You may go ahead and like that. And here I have taken the home. So here you can mention the name of the URL what you have given to your home page. In my case, I have given home, so I have simply written home here. Let me show you from where I have taken this one. Go to the urls.py file. See, this one I have taken. So if you have taken the login, then you have to maintain the login. You have to write login here. That's it only. So simply copy this one. Simply copy this one. Then go to the URLs. Then come here. Yeah, simply paste here. 1 second. Yeah, and same we need to for this one also. This is for complete. Then go to the complete. Then urls.py file and paste here. That's it. Control S. See, as I already told you, here you can give any name. That is not a problem, any pattern. And here also you can give any pattern name or any URL name, whatever you want. Only things to be remembered, this should be constant. What I'm using, the same thing you have to use. And this one also you can give any name, whatever you have given to your templates or your HTML pages. So whatever name you have given to these templates, the same name you have to specify here. Then Control S. Then go to the browser. Let me show you from starting. See, I have one user ID, Durgesh. Then password @1. And login. See, I'm able to log in. Then click on logout. For example, I'm clicking on forget password. Here we need to enter the mail ID which we have given at the time of creation of the user or registration. So in my case, it's a Durgesh @gmail.com. Then click on submit. 1 second, it's loading. After that, we have got this mail like we have emailed you instruction for setting your password. That kind of message we are getting. See, this message you can modify it as per your requirement. As I told you, the same message we have written inside this. Yeah, we have written the same message inside the password _reset_done. So whatever here we have written, the same thing displaying there. So if you want to change, you can change from here. That is not a problem. Then after that, let me open my Gmail. Yeah, see, I have got one reset mail. See, you are receiving this mail because you requested a password reset your user account. Then simply click here. See, now here we can change the password. So if you remember, our last password was sap@2023. So let me enter OCT@2023. Let me show you. See, OCT@2023. Then I need to confirm the password. Then again OCT@2023. Yeah. Then click on change password. Yeah. Then it's showing your password has been set. You may go ahead and log in. So let me show you from where this message is coming. 1 second. Go to the Visual Studio Code. Then click here. See, your password has been set. So whatever you have written, the same thing will be displayed here. Then click on sign in. So let me show you. DURGESH Turkish. Then previously password was SCP@2023. Now we have changed that password. So right now it's a OCT@2023. See, OCT@2023. Then click on login. You have logged successfully. So this is how we can achieve the forget password functionality in the Django. As I already told you, Django provide inbuilt view classes. So we need to simply import that views and we have to use that views. See, we need to simply import this auth_views and these are the predefined views classes. So no need to worry about these things. Simply copy paste as it is. And this entire code I'm going to share to my Telegram channel, and I will mention that link of my Telegram channel inside the description of this video. And one very important things, if you have not seen my previous video, which is email verification in the Django, so kindly watch that video because I have covered initial configuration of the settings.py file, which is compulsory we required before going to send any mail. Thank you so much for watching this video and please like and subscribe my channel. Bye. Hi. In last video, we have seen how we can add the forget password functionality. In this video, we are going to see how we can add the change password functionality to the Django project. And one very important point, most of people getting confused between the forget password and the change password. Let me tell you the key difference between the forget password and change password is the forget password you can do without login and change password you can do only after the login. So let me show you how we can achieve the change password functionality in the Django project. First, let me log in with my user ID, which is Durgesh, and password OCT@2023. Let me show you the password. See, OCT@2023. Then click on login. See, I'm able to log in. And if I want to see the record, I am also able to see the record. And I want to perform the other activity. For example, if I want to delete this ID file, then click on delete. See, record deleted successfully. Let me click on change password. Here I need to provide the old password. So as I show you, it's a OCT@2023. Let me show you. See, OCT@2023. Then here I need to enter the new password. What I want. For example, I want TEC@2023. Let me show you the password. See, @2023. The same password I need to confirm here also. Then again, TEC@2023. Then click on submit. Your password has been changed successfully. And after that, I redirected to my home page. So let me log out. Login again. Login again. PURGESH. Then I need to enter my new password. First, let me log in with my old password only, which is OCT@2023. OCT@2023. Then click on login. See, I'm not able to log in because we have changed the password. So let me log in with the valid user ID and password. 1 second. Okay. Then my new password is TEC@2023. Let me show you. See, then click on login. The same thing we are going to see how we can achieve this change password functionality in the Django. So let's start. Go to the Visual Studio Code. Then inside the urls.py file, first we need to define the URL for our change page, change password page. Simply copy this one, or let me copy this one. Then paste here. Then here you can give any URL pattern. In my case, I'm giving change password. Then here we need to specify the views name. So whatever views you are going to create, the same name you have to mention here. Once again, let me copy this one. Then here we can give the name of the URL. See, so that here we need to specify the views name. So let's consider the views I'm going to be create. It will be the change underscore password. Change underscore password. That's it. Control S. Then simply copy this one and go to the views.py file. Here we need to create one views. Let me add one comment. Change password. Yep, change password. Then default parameter request. Yeah. Then return render. Then default parameter request. After that, here we need to specify the page name, HTML page name, where we want to redirect. So in my case, simply copy this one, paste here .html. Plus, see, we have created one view. We have created one view which is change underscore password. Then here we have redirected to the, then here I have rendered to change underscore password .html page. So we have to create this page. Simply copy this one, then go to the templates, then right click, then new file. Simply paste here. One h1 tag. Second, let me extend this one. Copy this line. Copy this two line. Now paste here. Then take one h1 tag. Then type here my change password. And come here. Then copy this one because we need to end block also. Not this one. Paste here. Exit. Let me show you again. First, we have created one URL. See this one. After that, in the views.py file, we have created one views, which is change underscore password. After that, we have created one HTML page, which is change underscore password. This one. That's it. Go to the browser and refresh. Let me log in. My user Durgesh. My password is 20231 second. Yeah, default login. See, you have logged in successfully. But here we have to add the option for the change password. So go to the Visual Studio Code. Then inside the new bar. Yeah, after the add record, I want change password option. Simply copy this line. Then paste here. And in place of add record, I want change password. Then go to the urls.py file. Then copy the URL name. Then again come back to the neo bar. In place of add record, paste this one. That's it. Go to the browser refresh this one. See, change password option is showing. Then click on change password. See, change password. This text we have written inside the change password.html page. Let me show you. See, to this it's working fine. The next step two, we have to create the form to take the user's old password, new password and confirm password. But this is a very common activity. So whatever are the basic requirement for any website, that kind of requirement already fulfilled by the Django only. So to change the password, Django already provide the inbuilt form. We have to import that. So let me show you how we can do. Go to the Visual Studio Code. Then inside the views.py file, yeah, we're going to use that to import that one. So let me import. 1 second. Let me show you. Go up. Yeah. See, we have to import this password change form. This one, which is coming from the forms. So we have to import this line. After that, copy this one. Then come down. Then we have to create the object of this view. And this take the user for which you want to change the password. For that, type user equals to request user. That's it. Control S. After that, simply copy this one. Then come here. Then pass in dictionary form. 1 second. Yeah. Control S. Then simply copy this key. Then go to the password change password.html page, and here we need to render that one. So for that we need to create one form. So 1 second. This is very similar to my requirement. So let me copy this one, then come here, then paste here, and in place of forget password, simply add change password. And here FM. Why here FM? Because if you see inside the views.py file, we have given the variable FM. So just because of that only I have taken FM. Yeah, FM. Then Control S. Then go to the browser and refresh this page. See, we have not created these fields manually. If you have seen clearly, if you have seen what I have did, simply inside the views.py file, I have written this line. And after that, I have rendered this line into this page, which is change_password.html. We have not written any code for these fields, which is old password, new password, and these validations and this confirm password. These all are coming from the password change form, which is given by the Django only. But enter any data here, it will not work. So to make work this one, go to the Visual Studio Code. Then here, 1 second. Oh, no need to write again and again. Simply copy from previous one. Simply copy this one. See. Yeah, paste here. I will explain you 1 second. If request.method equals to post, if you see the HTML page, here we have defined post. And inside the, and simply copy this one. paste here, and add one more variable, data, because I want to store the data also. For that, request, copy this one, request dot post. Here add else. One second. Yeah. And if valid, for that simply copy this one, copy this entire, it will copy this 3 line, which is I'm copying from here. Then simply in place of form, simply type, and here also FM. And example, here I want to display a message like your password has been changed successfully. For that you can type your password has been changed successfully, like, or whatever you want to display. And after that I want to redirect to the my home page. So because of that only I have taken return. The method is the post. Then it will first create this object along with this form data. Form data is nothing but whatever user going to be enter here. So it will store all this data, and if it is a valid, then it will save and display this message like your password has been changed successfully. And after that it will redirect to the home page. But there is a one drawback. Once you change the password, it should redirect to the home page, but it will redirect to the login page again, and your session get expired. This is the by default, or you can say inbuilt feature of the password change form. But I don't want such functionality. For example, I want after I change the password, it should be not log out. It should be redirect to the home page. For that, we need to do one thing, go upside, and here we need to import one library, which is update underscore session underscore auth underscore hash. So see this line. So we have to import this one. Simply copy this one, then come down and paste here. Here we need to specify the for which user you want to keep this session. So first it will take the default parameter, which is request, and we need to specify the user. So fm dot user, that's it. Then control S, then go to the browser. Yeah, refresh this one. Click on login, sorry, logout. Then yeah, first let me enter my username, which is Durgesh, then password number @2023, C DEC @2023. Click on login. You have logged successfully. Now I want to change my password. So click on change password. After that, here I need to specify my old password, which is DEC @2023. Let me show you my old password. See, DEC @2023. Then here I need to specify my new password. So my new password, for example, Jan @2024. @2024. Then same I need to confirm here also, Jan @2023. Sorry, 24. Click on submit. After that, it's showing your password has been changed successfully and we have redirected to the home page. So why we have redirected to the home page? Because here we have mentioned like that, redirect to the home page, and the message, whatever we have written here, the same message we got there. And why we, by default, it after changing the password, it will log out. But here we have added update session. Because of that only we have not log out. So thank you so much for watching this video, and if you like this video, please like and subscribe my channel. Bye.